thing.
Alright, that sounds nice.
You never heard of it? Really?
No, I'm a Minnesotan person.
Yeah, but we have Texas Roadhouse over here in up north as well, so I don't know.
Up north. So, hold on. Canadian, question mark?
No, I'm in the USA.
New York?
You know how they say
No, not New York.
it's been a pleasure.
Give me a second.
It has.
Yes, you'll eventually get it right, but like,
Michigan.
no,
Ohio.
no, no.
It's definitely not Florida.
Shadow State, you mean?
Imagine living in Florida.
Imagine living in Florida.
It'd be so awesome, but also like, god damn, that'd be really.
My grandparents live there.
That,
I'm just happy
do
they
they
live
like
on
feed the
nice
crocodiles,
side of
whatever the
Florida.
hell y'all do in Florida?
What?
Do they feed the crocodiles or whatever that goes down in Florida?
No. Florida's actually really fun. It's, I keep forgetting the area name. Yep, St. Augustine. St. Augustine is really fun.
Alright. Bet.
Chill, compared to, like, everything else in Florida. Hey,
I
Mom,
mean,
do you know what makes Florida so crazy? Like,
No,
Why is Florida considered so crazy?
I mean, the crocodiles, right?
Facts.
The senator.
Alright.
I have to understand it. It's complicated.
Alright. Quick Google time. Let's see.
What's going on?
Make Alcatraz rated.
What's the party in Florida? There we go. What is the...
My brother in Christ, please do not crash when I click this skeleton. I pray to God.
Is it like corrupted, maybe?
God damn it! See, I don't know why it crashes. How the hell am I gonna make it freaking rideable how am I gonna make it functional without adding its sockets? Because that's the exact thing I have to do to make it work, and I can't do that if it's just gonna crash.
Maybe it's corrupted or something. Maybe you have to.
I'll import it into Blender.
Was it working yesterday?
Honestly, I don't recall if I actually went into its skeleton at all. It originally was a frickin' GLB file, and then I just turned it into an FBX.
I mean, there shouldn't be a problem then.
Hell, import globite is idle. Sketchfab model. I don't know, the bones on it are kind of weird. Like, if I do pose, I guess it's because it doesn't have an exact skeleton.
Wait, what do you mean it doesn't have an exact skeleton? That's a big problem.
Well, it does. It's just under all these frickin' groups.
I mean, I don't think that should be the problem. So
I mean, none of the bones are named or anything, but that's not really something that's.
that annoys me to no end. That anyone who doesn't name their fucking skeleton is horrible. You're an absolutely horrible person. Why would you do that and make it so impossible for someone else to actually use?
I mean, it has stomach bones, but
That's who cares, honestly.
I don't know why these exist. It's like, what is it? Is it to make?
Does its stomach bones actually move?
Well, yeah, I guess it's for breathing, but I'm just trying to think what could have caused like it the crash. Like the error doesn't tell me exactly the problem. Excuse me. I wonder if there's like anything I can use to create creatures while I wait.
Okay. You won't fight me. Hi. Favorite thing to get at McDonald's, Jordan? What is it?
A double Big Mac and fries and
A what?
Coke. A double Big Mac.
A double Big Mac.
Yeah.
You mean by like two patties?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's not that bad, I guess.
You're getting your helping of lettuce, which I love. I would love to be able to say, but we currently at my place I don't have any lettuce, and I'm sad. I had to have a burger with just bacon.
Tragic.
Very tragic. It's tear jerking, my guys. It's absolutely tear jerking. Oh my god. Only bacon? Bro, I cannot live. I'm going to die of a heart attack. One of these days.
Wait, I have Hitman 2 installed?
All
Wait,
right.
where? And since when? Okay, now Steam's not responding. See, I just...
All right, guys. I'll talk to you soon. I'm gonna go take a shower if y'all cool with that.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
am.
Pretty late though.
All
So.
right.
Extinct animal lived is an integral.
It was fun chatting with you guys. I'll see you guys soon, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus. I'm trying to figure this out.
If you re-import the skeleton, does it still crash on the new one? Like, what have you done?
I don't know. It's just it was a GLB file, and the freaking it was in the skeleton was in a bunch of groups, and the bones are like named like bone 64, like 62 underscore 46 underscore 58, and the first bone is GLTF created root joint. That just moves the entire thing.
God damn, I regret closing dev kit now.
Why do you close it?
Because I thought I was done for today, but evidently I wasn't.
Honestly, I don't even have to load it up to frickin' check out the skeleton, because it's only the BPs that will cause it to wait. Oh god, it's discovering assets.
Alrighty guys, before I start today's video, I just want to let you guys know I'm not recording this at my usual setup. I'm away right now, and if the mic quality sounds a little bit different, please accept my apologies. The Scat Master is not always the most optimized master, but like I said before, I'm on vacation right now, so I'm just trying to pump out videos for you guys, and you know, I really wanted to mention this very quickly as well. Guys, this is one of my favorite seasons of the year, the winter season, specifically the holiday season with Christmas and New Year's. If you don't celebrate Christmas, my bad, but here in the States, a lot of people celebrate Christmas, and one of my favorite things to do around this time is logging into COD, playing any game, loading up the lobby and seeing that there's level 1s, level 2s, level 4s, level 7s, level 12s, level 20s, so on and so forth, the low-leveled players. And don't worry, Gooch Lickers, I know what you're gonna say about beating up on the noobs and the new kids. I'll get to smoking you guys in a minute, but please just let me remember these moments. To me, the really funny thing is, all of these moments were had before 2019 with MW 2019, and it's kind of funny because every single year after that game I have seen this tweet pop up time and time again, always towards the end of December, and it's from Charlie Intel back in 2015. Christmas noobs have started to show up in Black Ops 3. You look at the screenshot, there's a couple of prestiged players in there, but for the most part, it's all relatively new accounts. And like I said earlier, one of my favorite times back in the day was hopping on COD around these times, back in like Black Ops 2, back in
Yeah, it just doesn't want to frickin' work no matter what, even if I re-import it.
That's really weird. So it's just crashing no matter what.
Yeah.
Are these the models from that guy that?
No, it's a free model I found on Sketch.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't spend any money on it.
Okay, good.
If I did, I would have been pissed right now. And I would have cared more, but... I mean, the worst can come to worst. I can just frickin' make its swing radius be big so it doesn't need melee sockets. It's not like a... It's just a frickin' torpedo anyways. It's not like...
It absolutely does need melee sockets, though. You need melee sockets to actually do damage.
No, doesn't it just frickin' stay in, like, the core of the creature?
No, it doesn't work unless you have melee.
I don't know about that, because I have many creatures that don't have them, and they still work. In older
Only
mods.
a few times, though.
Black Ops 3, even
I guess
Advanced
so.
Warfare, I was a pretty decent fan of that game. Even in World War II and Black Ops 4, you hopped on around this time of the year and you just had a blast. You had an absolutely great time with the friends or solo. And unfortunately for us guys, due to the way SBMM works nowadays, we just don't really ever get these experiences anymore. And look, I don't really know when I'm posting this video, but more than likely, a lot of different accounts have been made by a lot of different people, and the sympathetic part of myself really wants to say, you know what, good for the noobs, good for the new accounts out there. All the level 1 players play with the level 1 players, all the level 5 players play with the level 5 players, and everybody else who is in a higher skill bracket, such as myself, or my friends, or people that you know, or content creators. Maybe it's not the best experience for some of these noobs to be going against content creators right off the rip, but you also gotta remember that not all of us are content creators, alright? There are some average people out there who are holding like a 1.0 KD or maybe like a 0.95 KD, and you're likely still not going to see any of these Christmas noobs nowadays just because that's the way SBMM works now. And you know, I've seen some videos on this exact same topic with this exact same tweet, and I just gotta tell you guys, I really miss the days, man. I really miss having the chance to do something like this. And nowadays, my experience personally as a content creator and as somebody who holds a KD above like 1.5 or something nowadays, at least in the recent CODs, my experience nowadays is the exact opposite of this. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes I do have those easy matches depending on who I'm partied with, but if I'm playing solo, my experience nowadays, 2019 and onwards, has been the exact opposite of the way it used to be. Guys, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. Other than the first, like, week of the game, I don't really think I've seen a level 1, 2, 3, or even up to, like, level 20 player on a fresh account since maybe Black Ops 4. It's genuinely been, like, 3 or 4 years since I've had this experience ever. And I know the Gooch Lickers want to say, oh, well, you just want to stomp on the noobs, you want to stomp on the new guys, you don't want to get crapped on by the people above you. Well, it's kind of funny you mention that, because back before 2019, and especially back in the golden era of COD, I'm talking like Black Ops 1 era, MW2, COD 4, Black Ops 2 even, if you were the new guy, and I can speak on this from personal experience, yeah, that was the experience. That's exactly what happened. You loaded in and you got absolutely body slammed. But guess what? That is exactly how you learn to play the game. Now, back in the day, back in Black Ops 1, we had combat training, and you could go in there if you were real bad, and you could shoot bots. I'm not gonna lie, Black Ops 1 was my first COD ever. I was like 11 years old, maybe 10, and I would hop into combat training, and I would shoot bots, and eventually I got better, and I'd go into the public lobbies, and I would get slapped, but you know what? I'd keep on playing every single day because Call of Duty is fun like that, and eventually I started holding my own. Fast forward many years later, Call of Duty produced a valuable customer out of me, and now I'm playing every single COD, and nowadays, I'd say I'm pretty good at the games. They're not really that difficult, but I remember the days of being a noob, I remember the days of getting smoked, and nowadays, based on my skill, you would think I'd have the opposite experience. Now, I would be the one who was smacking noobs, and that was the case until 2019 when Activision and Demonware and Infinity Ward and whoever else is responsible for this decided, you know what, we want to protect these noobs quite a bit more. And now it's just not an experience that happens, and I'm not really complaining about it all that much, but seeing tweets like this really does bring back the memories, and I gotta say, eventually when you start thinking about it and you really start experiencing it, and you're seeing the exact same people in your lobbies, other people have the case where you block somebody, but because they're in your skill bracket or maybe around your vicinity, these people that you block eventually end up in your games anyways, and the game notifies you of that, which is counterproductive. Guys, that along with no more map voting, which you can see in the screenshot by the way, eventually doing something as simple as camo grinding, which you could do easily and without much stress apart from the challenge itself, those sort of things, specifically camo grinding, it's just not as fun anymore because of SBMM. In MW 2019, when I first experienced this new SBMM system, I was like, you know what, this is pretty annoying, but I'll push through, it's no big deal. Then in Cold War, I experienced even more of it, and a lot of people started talking about this a lot, and I'm not gonna lie, this is where I first made one of my SBMM videos. I was like, yeah, you know what, this is kind of annoying, but I guess it's part of the game, I'll just continue onwards. It's only been a year and a half of this, surely it can't get any worse. Then in Vanguard, for the third year in a row, it's the exact same thing. And finally, in MW 2019 Part 2, it is the exact same thing. If not, it's even more tiring because we just did it for the last 3 years. I don't know if I want to do it for another 2 years. My experiences get very tiring very fast, and it's extremely repetitive. You know, funny enough, the Gooch Lickers always want to say, oh, you make the same videos, it's all repetitive, it's all hate. Guys, I'm having the exact same experiences in COD that I've had since MW 2019. And look, the last time I talked about SBMM a couple of months ago, it was the whole case where I dropped like 70 kills on this one game of Hardpoint. We only won by 1. The ending score was 250 to 249. I had 70 kills, I had the most time, I had the least deaths, and the rest of my team were a bunch of Stephen Hawkings. And people want to say, oh, Fooly, you just want to smoke noobs all day, you just want to stomp on the new guy. Guys, let me make this as clear as possible. I specifically do not want to drop 70s. I don't want to drop 60s. I don't want to drop 50s. Hell, sometimes I don't even want to drop 40s. I want to be just like some of the Gooch Lickers out there who aren't very good at the game. You guys gotta understand that dropping 70s in pubs, not only is it exhausting eventually, but for the first like 10-12 times I gotta do it, it's really not that difficult. Like, public games really don't matter to me all that much. Again, I've only talked about SBMM twice since MW2 came out. I'm not super hellbent on it like a lot of other people are. I'm just telling you guys from my experience that I'd rather put this effort and this level of competition into GBs, CMGs, league play, any other rank play out there. I don't really care about doing it in pubs. After 12 years of playing COD, it's really not that difficult for me to drop 70s or 60s on noobs or on sweats on the other team. It's really not that rare for me anymore. For me, it's just gotten to the point where It's tiring. It's exhausting. I have the exact same experiences every single game. And you know what? After 3 or 4 years since 2019 of doing the exact same thing, having the exact same SBMM experiences, sometimes even myself, the scat master, I just want to come home from work or from class, listen to a podcast in the background, watch a video from some of my favorite content creators, hop on Discord with the boys, order some food, and you know what? Occasionally, maybe crack a cold one with the boys, alright? It happens, alright? But nowadays, I simply cannot do that. I need to be so locked into the game and so engaged because after 10, 12 years of playing COD, you know what? That's just how I've accustomed to be. I play the game, I want to do good, I don't go into a game actively trying to suck. If the enemy team is up by 1 or 2 points, guess what? It's my instinct to do better to get the upper hand. That's just the natural way of COD. Eventually though, it does lead to like 70 bombs out of me, maybe 80 bombs occasionally, and that's just not what I want to do all the time in COD. I want to camo grind. If I want to use a pistol or a shotgun that's level 1, or if I need to go for long shots on an SMG, I'm really not trying to go against the sweatiest people. Maybe this is going to be unexpected, I don't know, some of these gooch lickers are really that delusional, but I'm not trying to be the LeBron of COD. I'm not trying to be the LeBron of domination or hardpoint. I don't care for being the LeBron of border crossing or Tarak. I really mean it when I say this. I don't want to drop 70s on noobs or on sweats. I just don't want to see that number anymore. I've seen it so many times. My hands hurt eventually. Eventually I'll get a headache and I'll just end up hopping off the game. As weird as it sounds, I don't want to keep on dropping 70s. Please do not tell me that in the comments that I just want to smoke noobs all day. That's not the case. I just want to camo grind and chill. But that's gonna do it for me today, guys. I'm curious to know what you guys think about this.
So you may not know, but you can actually turn off skill-based matchmaking in Modern Warfare 2 using this hidden up menu. But does it actually work? I tried it for a week and here were the results. If you guys do enjoy this video or find it helpful at all, giving it a quick like rating helps me out immensely. And let's get straight into this. So when this option was discovered, everyone got a major rod on and turned it on straight away. And you can find this option by going into a lobby and clicking the Find a Party button. Then you press RB or R1 on your controller to get over to Preferences, and there you can select a preferred playstyle. The one to choose is Casual, and supposedly this will match you with other casual players that aren't sweating more than your nan's knees on a Monday night.
Oh!
I don't want to waste your time.
Hold on a sec, I can actually access the bones from, Okay, never mind, Ghidorah. I found out how to fix it. Just don't click on skeleton, just click on animation. Then you don't actually have to press skeleton. Okay.
That's like the weirdest way to do it, but like, I don't. I'm not.
Well, it doesn't matter, it works, so I'll just start it uploading, because I want to do it when I got it all. I'm just gonna take the dogs out quickly. You know, I'm just gonna do my fucking laundry, because I don't actually have any clothes to wear anymore. I've been wearing the same fucking shirt for the past Christmas. Well, since Christmas, because it never got dirty. So, I'm just gonna get this over with. Make sure these rodents aren't angry. Obi? Oh, hi.
Why? What's that?
I was good. I'm just talking to my friends.
Reference your dogs as rodents?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They look like rodents.
Lie down. We'll be lie down. Lie down.
Okay, Ghidorah, I'm putting this downstairs. I don't know why everyone gets offended when I call dogs rodents. Sorry, do people just not know a capybara exists? Okay, why the hell are my pillows here? Ow!
You gotta hold the controller. Don't
But I can use my fingers.
use your fingers for what?
I can use
Okay. Okay, that is done.
So yeah,
Wait, what?
garbage in your room, and or if you do,
Ah! Yeah. What? You're welcome.
good job, thank you. You know how much I actually really appreciate that. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just tired. Well, I'm not actually tired. I'm just like exhausted. Because if I was actually tired, I could actually sleep at night. But no, I'm just been running around all day.
Hey, you ever just use this?
The house.
It's not a bad thing, though.
No.
It seems you got a busy day.
You don't ever just use just your fingers?
No.
Oh, okay, I can do that.
Okay. I've gotta crush the cans.
Crush him. Oh, oh. Come on. So, please, go.
Alright, I'm kind of back now, Ghidorah.
Alright.
So apparently Globitans had the strongest bite force of a mosasaur. Does that mean it should have the strongest melee in the game?
I think it's relative to its size. I don't think it had the bite force of like everybody.
Oh. Okay, then I'll just make it have like a, kind of like how Ankylo should, like when it hits you, it should like have a bone crushing effect for like a few, like 2 minutes or something like that. Because they're just neutral, so they just mind their own business, but I don't know if other creatures will attack them, but they should be fine though.
Time and say turn it on right away and you'll get easier lobbies. So instead, I tried it out for a full week to see if the game was any easier. So what was the result? Well, firstly, I swear it takes an extra year to find a match. It was slow before, but Christ alive, I've literally eaten about 7 cans of mackerel whilst waiting for it to pissing find a match. It definitely feels slower finding a game, that's for sure. So to be clear what this setting actually is, this will match you with a team of players that are casual, and of course that would then be the same for the enemy team, if that makes sense. So in hindsight, everyone in your game should have the casual setting turned on. But as soon as this method was discovered, so many people would have turned this setting on guaranteed, including all the sweaties out there who clearly aren't casual players. So from my experience playing with it for a full week, I didn't really find the games much easier. However, there was always maybe one player every few games on the enemy team that was literal dog shit and was walking around and aiming like he's never played Call of Duty in his life. And I kind of felt bad killing him. Once the game was over, he'd have about 4 kills and 41 deaths, and I just don't feel good about it, killing someone that's that shit. It feels like beating your mum at COD. It's not a good feeling. But many of the enemy team were normally decent players. They weren't like this. And I had a look at what people had to say about this method in the comments section here on YouTube, and it was about 80% of people saying it made no difference whatsoever, and 20% of people would just say
George, I need you over here. Help me! Help me, I'm no... You betrayed us all, Salazar!
Today is a difficult day, Section. Tomorrow, we all win.
Not you. Do you need to be reminded just how I... You're going to kill me, see?
Lower your weapon!
Quizás nosotros.
I may have questioned.
What's going on, guys? Anthony here. Just bringing you a little video on Christmas. I'm recording this the night of Christmas Eve. So technically it's Christmas already. It's like 2 a.m. EST. I need to go to sleep soon, but I am here to bring you a real commentary. Just one as Anthony, not as Blame Truth, because I'm just Call of Dutied out. Like there's no.
Was Roman in.
Cordes Diaz network. 2 days later, the director of the FBI burned alive. Right now, 1 billion people.
Come on, a little further.
The machine gun has long been an iconic entry to the most blockbuster of action movies, and an essential part to any video game arsenal for decades. But as games have advanced, it can sometimes feel like the LMG has been left behind. So what then is the virtual legacy of the light machine gun? Why is it that so often it feels more like a souped-up assault rifle rather than a belt-fed banger? So many light machine guns in games feel like a different beast when compared to the real-life versions they're built around. But to break down their virtual lives, we must also take a look at their real-world role and how they're actually used. Broadly speaking, an LMG is simply a lightweight machine gun that can be operated by a single person with or without an assistant, that can be carried with the user forward into action, and often utilized for suppressing fire from a bipod in support of the user's squad. But these weapons have come a long way and lost a lot of weight since the inception of the machine gun over 100 years ago. In 1884, Hiram Stevens Maxim invented the first practical self-powered automatic machine gun, the Maxim gun. By modern standards, we would call the Maxim a heavy machine gun, as it was indeed heavy and required a team to operate and a platform to be mounted on. Fast forward 20 or so years to 1903, where French military theorists saw that during assaults, the machine guns they had were of little use as they were unable to be brought up alongside the attacking infantry. They determined that the machine gun must learn to walk.
The classifications that we have today of light, medium and heavy machine guns are somewhat modern, although by the First World War we had created the category of the light machine gun. It might be called something else. I think the Lewis gun was known as a light automatic gun at one point. But the key point was that it was portable, something that a single soldier could operate, even if it was designed to be operated by two. The other mainly carrying and loading ammunition for the shooter, but a two-man team as opposed to a 5- or 6-man team for something like any of the Maxim pattern machine guns.
Pretty quickly, just about all the forces in the First World War realized they would need something lighter to allow them to be more dynamic with their firepower. The Germans adapted the Maxim into the Maschinengewehr 08 or MG08, and then adapted that into the lightened MG 0815 with a shoulder stock and pistol grip, while the British purchased the American Lewis gun, moving their heavier Vickers machine guns into a dedicated machine gun corps and issuing the new Lewis gun to a battalion's gunner teams. By the end of World War I, there was already a variety of light machine guns, from belt-fed to magazine-fed, and even a broad selection of calibers. The advantages and utility of the LMG was cemented into the world's armed forces during the interwar years and into the Second World War, where two of the most iconic machine guns of the time was the British Bren and the German MG42. The Bren gun was based off the Czechoslovakian ZB VC26. It was lighter and more maneuverable than many other machine guns, but its ability to be proficient in magazine changes and the process of reloading also allowed barrels to cool, meaning less barrel swaps in the field, but brief pauses of fire could leave an assaulting team vulnerable. This issue was less prevalent with the German belt-fed MG42, but the system was much heavier, required more men to crew efficiently, and the rate of fire at which they ate through ammunition meant that more rounds would be required to feed the weapon. And despite there being a quick change barrel system, the weapon overheating was still an issue. But what about in our video games? In classic games like Contra, picking up a machine gun would often just simply allow you to hold the fire button down and fill the screen with colourful, damaging pixels. While in Wolfenstein 3D, what the game calls a machine gun was a straight upgrade to the pistol, once again providing the player the option for more damage and automatic fire. For much of the timeline of video games, the machine gun was simply more bullets, faster. In so many campaigns, a light machine gun gave players the option to dial up the action, lean into the spray and pray playstyle, and create intense set pieces where you're defending a position or firing from a vehicle. But as shooters developed and started to feature a greater variety of weapons, it became more and more important that each of those types were balanced and felt varied in their handling and utility, especially when it came to multiplayer.
Something that's very difficult to kind of account for in games is sheer weight of a light machine gun of any era. The trend is very much toward lighter, especially when rifle caliber ammunition becomes small caliber high velocity like 5.56. That does reduce the burden of the machine gunner. But still, that's still a hefty bit of kit. It's always going to be heavier than a rifle of the same caliber. That's very hard to get across. Typically, games will just give you a movement penalty while you have it equipped. The more milsim type games might give you that penalty just for carrying it, which is obviously more realistic, but a bit frustrating. That's one of the key ways to differentiate the thing and make it not just a, assault rifle with a ridiculous magazine.
The distinction between an assault rifle and a light machine gun is an important one to make, with many developers being careful that a machine gun doesn't steal the job of an automatic rifle, or vice versa. The magazine and rate of fire of a light machine gun offers a huge advantage to players, offering the potential of sustained fire and easier multi-kills, especially if your stream of bullets can penetrate cover. Of course, the drawback there is that a belt is much slower to reload than a magazine, but in many games that just simply isn't enough of a downside, as you've either got the cover of allies and obstacles, or you've died and are already respawning just a few meters away with a refreshed gun anyway. Or in the case of Rainbow Six Siege, where LMGs ruled the meta for months in 2022, you could feasibly kill every member of the team in a 5v5 without ever having the need to reload. It's fairly common to see LMGs having nerfs to their recoil, mobility, bullet spread, reload speed, and sometimes even damage, with some light machine guns even doing different damage than the assault rifles that fire the same caliber. Sometimes these nerfs can go so far that the LMG can be outclassed by weapons like SMGs and assault rifles. This can be understandable at close ranges, where your maneuverability is slow and your hipfire has a snowball's chance in hell at hitting your enemy, but these nerfs are felt even at medium ranges, where in theory, the virtual light machine gun should excel most of all. As shooters progressed, more customization was offered to players wanting to tinker with their weapons. But instead of adding something like a bipod, an accessory pretty essential to the efficient use of the real-world LMG, players would often favor options that would minimize the downsides of the light machine gun to better fit a game's meta, slapping on or tearing off parts to make the LMG feel more like an assault rifle, just with more bullets. While these changes can often make it feel like the weapon loses some of its identity, both in form and in its function, a certain amount is necessary lest the LMG simply become a super assault rifle. Even if deep down many of us want that virtual fantasy of being the bullet-spewing army of one, a battle cry in our chest, a machine gun in one hand, and belt of ammunition slung over the other.
The classic Rambo. Now, this is something that the more I've learned about the history of the use of the machine gun in warfare, the more it turns out people have actually done that. Bren gun in Malaya and Borneo, it was a sort of designated weapon for that role, either fired from the shoulder or fired from the hip. Because of the close quarters of the jungle, it was less of a concern that your accuracy would not be great, which it won't be if you're firing, especially from the hip. There aren't many light machine guns you can fire from the shoulder with any kind of degree of accuracy. I'd be absolutely appalling at it. I'm not built for it. There certainly are soldiers who are built for it. So typically your Bren or whatever it might be would be issued to someone with the strength to actually not only carry it around all day, but to deploy it in that kind of fashion. If you're needing it in the assault, if you're needing it to break contact in a jungle ambush or something, you would absolutely do that. What you wouldn't do is fire it one-handed. And the whole supporting the ammunition belt with the other hand is really just rule of cool. In a way, logical that he held it like that, but you'd never want to sacrifice the other hand off the gun. And you have to be at least as built as Stallone circa 1985. And there aren't that many soldiers who are that strong.
Many games have made concessions to fit them into the ecosystem of their multiplayer arsenals, while others will offer the light machine gun a use beyond just racking up kills or giving enemy snipers someone easy to shoot. Suppressive fire is defined as fire that degrades the performance of an enemy force below the level needed to fulfill its mission. Basically, people inherently don't want to get hit by a bullet, and will instinctively put their head down or duck away to avoid that. It is a huge part of the LMG's history and place on the real-world battlefield. But how do you portray the feeling of not wanting to be shot in a virtual experience that simply allows you to respawn? This has often left suppression mechanics feeling as confused as the weapons themselves. The first times I can remember utilizing suppression as a mechanic was in games like Full Spectrum Warrior in 2004 or the Brothers in Arms series in 2005. While each of their gameplay and settings were different, at their core there was a focus on suppression, fire, and movement. The RTS Company of Heroes also has a suppression mechanic where infantry will become pinned down if taking incoming rapid fire and are unable to break away or find cover. Programming AI to take cover and fire blindly is one thing, but trying to apply a similar effect to a real human player is another altogether. An early and infamous example of this was with the launch of Battlefield 3. Almost all weapons could apply suppression. Of course, it was easier with the heavier volume of fire an LMG offered, but regardless of source, the effects were intense. Your vision would blur, your scope would sway, your accuracy would plummet, and your character would even scream for help. It was somewhat effective as simulated suppression, but it was also so distracting and annoying to deal with, especially in a mainstream shooter. As the franchise continued, suppression was a little different in each game. While sharing the general effects of inhibiting your target's accuracy and senses, the mechanic was more focused on machine gunners and heavy weapons, with Battlefield 5 having its own machine gunner combat role, specializing in suppression. The LMG being tied to a support class made a lot of sense in the Battlefield series, as it gave players a reason to keep that medium distance where the weapon excels, while also having extra responsibilities like supplying ammunition, using mortars, or building fortifications. Battlefield also gave an important incentive for applying suppressive fire to support your team in the form of suppression kill assists, as well as the accumulative ribbons and medals. While suppression in Battlefield has been a debated topic across the franchise, its utility means that it is all the more baffling that Battlefield 2042, a game with the largest maps in the franchise, chose to omit this feature.
These little rewards meant that support players were more likely to engage in suppressing fire, team play, and the role of the LMG, rather than simply waiting for the kill shot themselves.
From the games I've played, the suppression in more strategic or hardcore titles have much deeper effects on both tactics and player experience. The Armor series is one of the most popular.
I'm gonna try and make like custom weapon animations today. Oh, just as I say that, DevKit loads up. Okay, that's nice. That's very convenient. Shit. Operation Anubis. Operation Anubis is a creature that looks intelligent, but really isn't. The genus of Amargasaurus, Tropeonagvinus, Dinopithecus hyperboosts this predator's aggression to high levels, which has caused the hybrid to fear nothing. In addition to this hyper-aggression, this hyper possessed Andrew Sarkis and Desmodus DNA, which improved the agility and detective capabilities, though most powerful.
Popular military sim franchises. And through the series, Bohemia has aimed to make the experiences as authentic as possible. The Arma 3 Marksman DLC introduced bipods and AI suppression, meaning that players are able to add further tactical flexibility to their weapons and operations as the AI enemies would duck for cover, hit the deck, and struggle to return effective fire. Tactical FPS games like Hell Let Loose or Squad have much more focus on their suppression systems when compared to more mainstream titles, where players under fire will feel more intense audio and visual feedback, as well as being less effective when returning fire. Insurgency Sandstorm adds more utility to their automatic fire as well as their LMGs through suppression, most prominently felt in the attack and defend game modes. A player's vision will tunnel somewhat, their ears may ring, their ability to aim suffers, and their character will even scream in panic. Escape from Tarkov might be pretty light on the amount of LMGs they offer right now, and in terms of gameplay mechanics, the suppression effect is a little more subtle, but much more intense is the effect being suppressed can have on the individual player themselves. As Tarkov can be a very punishing game, where one bullet can cause you to lose all your gear, quest progress, or time invested on that raid, the idea of dying, even virtually, is a much stronger emotional force.
While in some ways the effect is more subtle than others, it is nonetheless interesting that games like Tarkov suppress the player, while others suppress the character.
In this genre, it can only take a few bullet hits to take a player down. A death can have a much larger impact on both the team in-game or on the player themselves, from long respawn times and a long commute to the front lines, to the player losing a character or equipment. These are psychological ways that, by design or not, can add potency to the suppression system, and in turn why LMGs and suppression works more in the tactical sphere of games. Even titles like Foxhole, an action-based strategy MMO, adds broader utility to the light machine guns through leaning a little more into their real-world application and effects, allowing a huge number of players to utilize coordinated fire and advanced tactics or suppress enemy bunkers and trenches. These games are also played for the experience and feeling of them, with impactful and intense sound and visual design further immersing the players into that virtual Battlefield experience. It's my belief that the more a player is immersed, the easier it is for elements like suppression or the tactical use of a light machine gun.
Obviously there's a lot of stuff that hasn't finished. This is Forge mode, I hope it's possible. The face under the Spartan helmets, like from the Halo 3 beta, they're also in this build. Of this build is that there's a feature that we could lean around corners or peek around corners, just like regular trip mines. I guess like there's a very interesting missile launcher weapon here. It's a very incomplete weapon, as you can see. The model for it is very basic, but it's very cool weapon, and this is what's like in first and third person. In fact, this weapon functionally is supposed
Okay, so I think what I have to do.
So you may not know, but you can actually turn off skill-based matchmaking in Modern
games ever made. But you know what? It's an interesting shotgun. It does upcoming December of 2015 premiere auction. And there was one that was in the rifle racks that I figured, you know what? We ought to take a look at this. It's far from forgotten. In fact, I think this has been in just about every action movie ever made, plus most of the video games ever made. But you know what? It's an interesting shotgun. It does some things that aren't typical. So now there's a big spring in here, and I can push down on this hook and rotate it to the side, like so. And then when I unfold the stock, I have this hook sticking out on the side of the gun. What that allows me to do is brace the back end of the gun on my forearm, and makes it a lot easier to support and, if you wanted to, shoot this thing with one hand. So I can actually just barely hold it out at arm's length. This is a heavy gun. This is like a 10-pound shotgun. And this hook is actually sort of acting as like the original SIG brace, you might consider it. It doesn't actually strap to your arm, but it does counterbalance some of the weight of the gun. So that's what that is. Actually there for. And I will also point out, you can, if we push it down and rotate it rearward like this, it actually comes out. So you can take it off the gun entirely, which really wouldn't be a bad idea. Doesn't look quite so cool, but it's a little more practical to use the gun without it. So, all right, the first thing I want to mention here is actually a potential safety issue and also a cool collectability note. This is the original configuration of the SPAS 12. It has this big lever type safety. So that's safe, and that's fire. These guns were actually recalled by Franke because there was a potential defect, and some of the guns could actually fire when the safety was moved from safe to fire. So definite safety issue. It's something that they fixed by replacing this lever with a push button, like a crossbolt style of safety. So this has not been upgraded. If you're a collector, that's kind of cool to get the one that hasn't been changed. This is the way it came out of the factory. This particular gun, in my little bit of experimentation here, does not appear to have that safety flaw. However, if you are going to shoot this, either get the parts and make that change, which I believe you can still do today, or I would say, or make a very conscious effort to not depend on the safety and only point the gun in a safe direction when you are disengaging the safety. So, obligatory safety comment out of the way, let's take a closer look at some of the other elements here. Our stock is held in place by this spring-loaded detent. So to deploy the stock, you push that ball bearing in. You can then rotate the stock down. You'll notice there's this
Okay. I think I got it figured out. Now I just gotta make a new folder. Oh wait, we already got a weapons folder. M60. Okay. Let's think. M60. I'll find a rifle.
As you probably already know, shipping has now turned into a snowy sensation with the Xmas spirit all around us. I wanted to ask Santa for a special Christmas gift. He asked me, "What would you like, Cass?" I told him, "Santa, just for 1 week, can you please turn off skill-based matchmaking? I want to drop nukes. I want to be a demon." He told me, "Sorry, son. The best I can do is a Vault edition of Modern Warfare 2. I was very upset with his response, and I knew the only way out was to take the situation into my own hands. Alrighty, I am going to show you multiple methods on how you can tackle skill-based matchmaking. First, I am going to show you the most effective method that I used, so on a separate console I created a fresh noob account. Now I know many people won't have a separate console just laying around, so don't worry, I'll still show you some other methods that are just as effective. Once my new account was ready to roll and the boots were laced up, I started playing multiple games, shipment, team deathmatch, any kind of game that I got into. I tried my best to replicate the movement and gameplay of a low-level player. I never sprinted, I had slow movements, I crouched a lot. I also let players kill me about 5 or 6 times before I even got a hit marker on a player just to try to mimic low accuracy. All in all, I was really just trying to go for a very low kill-death ratio, and I also noticed that a lot of it has to do with the amount of score that you get per minute. This is how you're classified into the games that you're put into. One very important thing that I did notice in my attempt to do this is that if you continuously kill yourself with a grenade or any kind of launcher repeatedly, it is going to work against you and they can definitely detect it. But anyways, after playing about 5 to 10 games, I then started to realize that the players that I was up against were very low skilled, as you can see right here, just a couple examples. The awareness is non-existent and absolutely no hate at all. Everybody's going to be a different level of player. There's always going to be players that suck, the ones that don't invest as much time into this game as people, for example, on YouTube that are trying to create content. That's a given. At this point, I have to say that my reverse boosting mission is successful and now I am ready to reap the rewards. What you're going to want to do now is have your separate console, start up a game and search for a lobby. You'll want to wait until that player is entirely in the lobby before you join the session. You'll want to wait until you are fully in the lobby, then join the player session. You might get an error here and there that is totally normal, the lobby just fills up very fast. However, sooner or later you should get it and you'll be inside the lobby. Now, if you don't have a separate console, you can either reverse boost on your main account, although this is going to affect your kill death ratio if you care about that, so just be aware. This also works the same way if you have a friend that is not so good at the game. You can do these exact same step and just join his or her lobby. This is how it looks when you successfully join the game session. You're going to see that it is going to put you inside the lobby while your friend or your separate account is already inside. It is extremely important that the separate account or the player that you're doing this with does not back out until you're already in the game loaded, just as I am here. At this stage, you can have your friend or your separate account back out without bringing the party and you will remain in this low level lobby. Now, it is sad to say, but this is some of the most fun that I've had on any multiplayer game in the last couple of years before skill-based matchmaking was a thing. I've yet to come across somebody that prefers skill-based matchmaking and is all for it. Realistically speaking, YouTubers, the people on Twitter, the people on Reddit, the ones that play Modern Warfare 2 and associate themselves with these websites, they post on these websites, we are a very small portion of the mass population that plays this game. The massive amounts of money that these companies make come from the players that don't go on these websites at all, believe me. This feature was implemented to protect the players that get this game for the first time. It is implemented to keep the player playing without being frustrated, but quite truthfully, it really doesn't benefit anybody. Skill-based matchmaking was introduced approximately around the same time when everybody demanded a gold medal for placing last place. Back in the early days of Call of Duty, whether it was Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 2, World at War, Black Ops 1, it felt really enjoyable to sit down on your ass, play for countless hours, and it seemed like time just flew by, you know. It was something that you really wanted to do and it didn't feel as much of a grind as it does now. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the video. Thank you very much for
This is hard.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering. Thanks for tuning in today on Wednesday. I've got a full slate of topics for you. Nice variety today.
Don't care.
Modern Warfare 2 using this hidden up menu, but does it actually work?
Greetings, I, the War Owl, greets you. 'Tis the season of a new Call of...
SBMM, I've said this before and I'll say it again, man. SBMM is I dare say, killing video games as a whole. But it literally, I am playing against Giga Sweats with no rating, and then John comes in. It's like, wow, you're ass. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm playing against guys that have like a 1.5 or a 2 or a 3 KD, and John's playing against 0.02.
Now, you know me. You probably expect me to make fun of Timmy the Tat Man and say, sounds like a skill issue. Get good, kid. And while I do disagree with the idea that rating systems are ruining gaming, I think that the constant judgment of skill is negatively affecting the enjoyment of casual gaming experiences. Timmy has a point. Skill-based matchmaking is having a rating system. The idea is to match players of equal skill.
Modern Warfare 2 has been out for 5 seconds and skill-based matchmaking is already trending on Twitter. Brace yourselves, I'm about to go in. Skill-based matchmaking is never going anywhere. It has to exist in some capacity. Developers would be dumb not to have it, because in the long run, it would cost them millions of dollars due to player retention. Why would Billy Bob on his 2013 PS4 that sounds like the Millennium Falcon when he boots it up, want to get on a game where he's going to repeatedly get his cheeks clapped by TTV XX McGee that hasn't seen his family or sunlight in 3 weeks?
very impressed skill-based matchmaking is. I feel like half the world knows what skill-based matchmaking is at this point. How many SBMM exposed videos have we all watched in the last few years? 20, 30, maybe even more? I only bother to bring it up to contextualize something that I keep hearing rumblings about here and there. EOMM, or Engagement Optimized Matchmaking. What even is it? Is it Boogaloo? Is it real? Is it just some new SBMM? Near as I can tell, it originated in 2017 in kind of a research/proof of concept paper authored by 7 people from various universities and EA Games. Challenge everything. The name of this paper? EOMM, an Engagement Optimized Matchmaking Framework. Now, when I first heard the phrase engagement optimized matchmaking, it kind of sounded like a Tinder competitor to me. What these clearly very intelligent people have come up with is an algorithmic system designed to control an individual's experience and outcome in online multiplayer. And it is very impressive in a scary way. It makes skill-based matchmaking and lobby balancing and ping averaging and all the other outcome control systems developers have become absolutely obsessed with look like some caveman shit by comparison. And don't worry, you don't have to be some professor of big-brain mathematics to understand how this will affect and maybe already is affecting your multiplayer experience. The formulas and graphs simply show the methods used to arrive at these findings. It's the findings themselves, written in plain English, that really made my hair stand on end. And in order to illustrate my overall points, I'm going to read a few sections verbatim. Probably the most interesting passage is right at the beginning. Quote, current matchmaking systems depend on a single core strategy, create fair games at all times. These systems pair similarly skilled players on the assumption that a fair game is best player experience. We will demonstrate, however, that this intuitive assumption sometimes fails and that matchmaking based on fairness is not optimal for engagement, unquote. There are a few different things we could discuss here. For instance, this idea of creating fair games. What does fair even mean and who decides it? But I'm more interested in that last sentence. Matchmaking based on fairness is not optimal for engagement. What we can infer from that statement is that, according to this impressive body of research, optimal player engagement can only be achieved through unfair matchmaking. And engagement means exactly what you think, your attention real estate. The time you spend in the game's client engaging with whatever it has to offer, maybe playing, maybe buying a shitload of loot boxes. Quote, the optimization objective can be tuned for various interests, e.g. in-game time or even spending, unquote. Now, on the face of it, this doesn't sound that horrific or even revolutionary. And some people might even say, who cares? Of course they want me to spend time and money in game, right? That's what these companies are supposed to do, compete for my attention and my dollar. The issue is not so much that it's being done, it's how and why it's being done. This research is stuffed to the brim with words like engagement, prediction, and spend. You know what words you won't find? Fun, enjoyment, rewarding. These things don't even cross these people's minds. The people who do and will make our games, and that should scare us. It's not about creating a fun experience anymore. What it is about is baked into the core of this system, extracting the maximum dollar value from every player no matter what it takes. And it's this philosophy that brings us games like Battlefield 2042 and Call of Duty Vanguard. Why release a polished product that's feature complete and offers good value to the customer when it's just so much faster and easier to write an algorithm that manipulates people? An algorithm that doesn't just crunch your stats, but predicts how long you will play, how soon you will play again after you stop, and how you will play when that happens. What they're trying to do here is fix what they see as the fundamental flaw in competition. The fact that in competition, there must be winners and there must be losers. Now, why is this a problem? Because losers are much more likely to leave the game, to lose engagement before they can spend. And the solution, make everyone a loser, but only as much as you think they can take. You've had 2 bad games and the algorithm says you'll quit after 3? Have a noob lobby for 1 game. The algorithm shows players X, Y, and Z have a high probability of buying microtransactions after 2 wins. Throw them in a couple games against level 1s and profit. And if you think this is hyperbole, I'll drop a link to the complete paper in the description. It's all in there and so much more. Here's one final paragraph from the end of the paper that actually does a good job summarizing kind of everything that I have an issue with here. Quote, the paper presents a novel framework to achieve engagement optimized matchmaking, EOMM.
I don't know if I can do this. This is so confusing. Honestly, nah, I'm just gonna fucking... No, screw that. Screw that. You know what? There's no point. No point in trying to do something you don't understand when you already can do something that may look less quality, but you think it works. 50 cal. We'll just work on the 50 cal. No. Alright, do some research here.
This is a massacre. Almost put them in submission. There's only 2 of them left.
I'm sorry, but I'll fight until my headset dies.
It's okay. I appreciate it. We're being invaded by children.
Nah, man, that can't happen.
That's right, G. Right in the crotch. Tell me how many of you I have to kill today. Thank you. You saved my life. got the house. You guys suck.
Jordan is dead.
Yeah, you're not gonna kill me. You'll be dead as soon as you step on these stairs. Yeah, just like I said, you're dead, bitch. Oh, I made. Let's go! Let's go! I think they'll be in the house. Let's go! Let's go! You guys suck! You guys suck! You wanna freaking trash talk me? You stupid losers! You wanna trash talk me? No! Now you know how it feels. Now you know how it feels.
And I'm not.
Let's go. I like those
Just this. So we can start off with the one. I will be buying another.
Yo. Oh, good model here. Perfect. Okay, Ghidorah, we got the 50 cal. Now I have to fucking go through the pain of finding a way for it to work, even though I can't make custom animations for it. So wish me luck.
Ah, this is a massacre.
thinking about how many
It formulates matchmaking as a problem of maximizing the player engagement and solves the optimization efficiently, unquote. Does that sound like a good time to you? Do you want to be solved efficiently? EOMM just makes me laugh because way before any of these complicated systems were even conceptualized, we had engagement optimized matchmaking. It was called making a fun fucking game. When games were made to be enjoyable and provide value for money, people were engaged by default. I think of the way I no-lifed Halo 3, Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2. These companies would do anything just to get a whiff of that level of engagement. Problem is, producing a product like that takes investment, and even more importantly, it takes a lot of time. And these big corporations are simply not willing, and I think in a lot of cases aren't able to provide that type of experience anymore. So more and more we see the rise of these systems designed to keep you going through the motions, doing something that you don't really enjoy. And whenever I watch content on these systems, the focus always seems to be on how they work. And that's absolutely valuable information, especially if you're planning on reverse boosting or whatever. But I really don't think that's the most important thing to focus on. I think it's much more important to focus on not how these things work, but why they exist in the first place. Because the only way we're going to get this manipulative lab experiment bullshit out of games is by understanding why it's there, and that is strictly for money. The idea that got pushed a lot when SBMM first became a big topic of controversy, that, oh, it's necessary, it has to be there to protect new players, noobs are getting shit on, and we care about that, and that's why these systems must be there, because they have to be protected. That is the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard in my life. These people don't care about fairness. They don't care about the game being fun. Back to that quote from the very beginning of the paper. Matchmaking based on fairness is not optimal for engagement. It's written there in black and white. And unfortunately, I don't see it stopping. This is more and more, this is just the direction we're going. All I can say is I hope some of these super high profile failures like Battlefield 2042 start to bring these companies to their senses, and we see a return to, wow, crazy concept, keeping people engaged in the game by making the game fun. Ultimately, if there's a point to be driven home about all of this, it's that this system is not designed to give us a better experience, it's not designed to give us a more fair experience, it's not even designed to keep us entertained, really. It's just designed to keep us, no matter what that involves and no matter what that takes. What drew me to multiplayer at a very young age and kept me hooked my entire life was the fact that it's a competition. It's a way to measure myself against whoever else happens to be in the lobby. If they're worse than me, I get to put up great stats. If they're better than me, I get shit on and I get better as a result. And if we've gotten to a place where the outcome of a game is predetermined before we even leave spawn, if our performance in game is controlled not by our skill or the skill of the people we play against, but simply thousands of numbers being crunched in the background, then what is the fucking point? Thanks for watching. It's been another great day in the simulation. I'll see you next time.
Possible and what
or another, it seems like every
setting their consoles to Japan or New Zealand or what have you. If you play on PC, unfortunately, you can't do that. But Infinity Ward did put out this tweet here saying, launch PSA, if you're trying to change your console's region setting in order to access Modern Warfare 2 early, you will experience connectivity issues and may be locked out of the game until the official launch time of your region. That seems to be more just like marketing, PR stuff. Like, people are doing it. It seems to be working just fine. And yeah, so the game's already out pretty much. People are streaming it. The embargo's up. videos are starting to go live. Of course, I'll be playing the game at midnight Eastern time when I'm actually able to on my PC. I'm pretty excited for it. And as we get ready for another year of COD, it's time once again to bring up skill-based matchmaking, right? Because you guys know, I know, we all know damn well, as soon as everyone has their hands on this game, the first thing people are going to be talking about is, oh my goodness, skill-based matchmaking. It's so sweaty, it's so terrible, it's such a hard time. Look, I get it, man. Skill-based matchmaking sucks, believe me, but there's an interesting little bit of news here that I wanted to cover as we get ready for the full launch of the game. So, Mark Rubin, you guys may know this guy's name. Mark Rubin was the executive producer at Infinity Ward from 2005 to 2015, which means he worked on Call of Duty 2, COD 4, Modern Warfare 2, the original one, Modern Warfare 3, as well as Call of Duty Ghosts, like the old school Infinity Ward games, essentially, right? He's now the executive producer at Ubisoft, and he's working on the upcoming game X Defiant, which is making waves in the games industry because they have this very, like, contrasting stance against the idea of skill-based matchmaking within casual matches. As COD fans, that's something we've been talking about for a very long time, and Mark took to Twitter last night to post this giant wall of text right here, which I know is like way too much for you guys to read, so I'm gonna read it to you because I think this is like a very clear message from a former COD dev, like one of the higher-ups at Infinity Ward, and I really think it applies to Call of Duty nowadays, and I think it should apply to games across the board going forward. So cue the nice music, cue the crackling fire sounds as I just read people who don't want skill-based matchmaking are right. This is just my point of view and maybe one shared by a portion of the community. So to be upfront and clear, I am not a fan of skill-based matchmaking, and here is why. When you play a game with strict skill-based matchmaking, you are playing with and against a group of players that are, for the most part, just like you. They have a similar skill level and probably play in a similar way as you. And on paper, that sounds kind of fair, and you would be right if strict competition was your goal. And I am fine having that kind of experience in a ranked mode where there is a goal and reward for playing competitively. But would you watch football if there were no standings, no playoffs, or Super Bowl? Ranked exists for a reason, to give players who want to push themselves competitively a place to do so and be rewarded for it. And when it comes to casual play, I don't think this is the right experience. So again, the strict skill-based matchmaking and even the new term engagement-based matchmaking, which just sounds like PR marketing smoke and mirrors to me, you are going to get an experience where every match feels the same. You will be playing against the same type of player and the same skill level of player over and over and over again. If you start to improve your skills, you'll probably get a few games where you feel a bit dominant, but don't worry, the algorithm will bring you back down to the same stale experience shortly. I'm in favor of removing skill-based matchmaking from casual play because I want players to have a varied experience. And no, it's not about pub stomping, it's about variety. The graph of player skill is a bell curve, and so in matchmaking with no SBMM, and depending on where you are on that curve, most players are in the middle class because bell curve, you will mathematically on average have players in your lobby that are better than you and players that are worse than you. Now the people right smack in the middle will have 50% of the players being better than them and 50% of the players being worse than them on average, and if you are somewhere else on that curve, you will get the obvious, you can do the math, percent averages that match your position. But the key here is average. That doesn't mean every match will be the same. Some matches you will feel like you're getting stomped, and some matches you will feel like you are doing the stomping, and you will be able to feel your improvements as the math of averages adjust to your new skill level. To me, the key to a great gaming experience is variety. I want to play against players better than me, and I want to feel proud of being one of the better players in the match. And I feel that skill-based matchmaking takes away that variety and makes me play the same match over and over again. So once again, that was coming in from Mark Rubin, the former executive producer at Infinity Ward. He was there for a decade. He worked on classic games like Call of Duty 4, the original Modern Warfare 2, as well as Modern Warfare 3. And I think he brings up a lot of great points here. These are things that we've been talking about in the community for years. Obviously, Call of Duty is very against the idea of getting rid of skill-based matchmaking because there needs to be a player onboarding experience. Even on Twitter, Mark Rubin's like debating with other people. Robert Bowling's agreeing with him, and he's debating debating with these other guys, though, that say we need to have a player onboarding experience. If you're brand new to the game, you know, hypothetically, if I got Courtney to come play COD with me, she would not have fun because she would not know how to use the controller, she would not be very good, and she would basically get stomped. And if you have that really bad experience when you first start playing, then of course you're probably not going to want to keep playing the game. Like, if it's that bad at this day and age, of course, back in the day we didn't hold hands, but at this day and age, if you have a bad onboarding experience, you're probably not going to play the game. But Mark Rubin even says, like, even in their game X Defiant, they're going to have an onboarding experience where if you're brand new to the game, there will be like some form of skill-based matchmaking to help protect those brand new players. Do I need to bring up once again the exclusive Ace clip where he was able to
Ghidorah, are you still there? Oh, I must be busy with something. Roughness, mold, metallic. Okay.
Reverse baiting with these other guys though that say we need to have a player onboarding experience. If you're brand new to the game, and depending on where you are on that curve, here to say that people who like skill-based matchmaking are wrong, or that people who don't want skill-based matchmaking are like you. They have a similar skill level and probably play in a similar way as you. And on paper, that sounds kind of fair. And you would be right if strict competition was your goal. And I am fine having that kind of experience in a ranked mode where there is a goal and reward for playing competitively. But would you watch football if there were no standings, no playoffs, or Super Bowl? Ranked exists for a reason, to give players who want to push themselves competitively a place to do so and be rewarded for it. And when it comes to casual play, I don't think this is the right experience. So again, with strict skill-based matchmaking and even the new term engagement-based matchmaking, which just sounds like PR marketing smoke and mirrors to me, you are going to get an experience where every match feels the same. You will be playing against the same type of player and the same skill level of player over and over and over again. If you start to improve your skills, you'll probably get a few games where you feel a bit dominant, but don't worry, the algorithm will bring you back down to the same stale experience shortly. I'm in favor of removing skill-based matchmaking from casual play because I want players to have a varied experience. And no, it's not about pub stomping, it's about variety. The graph of player skill is a bell curve, and so in matchmaking with no SBMM, and depending on where you are on that curve, most players are in the middle class because bell curve, you will mathematically on average have players in your lobby that are better than you and players that are worse than you. Now the people right smack in the middle will have 50% of the players being better than them and 50% of the players being worse than them on average, and if you are somewhere else on that curve, you will get the obvious, you can do the math, percent averages that match your position. But the key here is average. That doesn't mean every match will be the same. Some matches you will feel like you're getting stomped, and some matches you will feel like you are doing the stomping, and you will be able to feel your improvements as the math of averages adjusts to your new skill level.
Dive bombers. Firstly, these fighters should not be flying this low. Secondly, when we investigate the underbelly of one of these planes, which you can get a closer look at in the trailer for this game, we can see an absolute array of inaccuracies. We see that it has the O-style radiator from the BNR variant, the outboard fuel tanks were used for the R variant, it has 20mm cannons that were used against tanks and was only featured on the D variant, later renamed to the G variant. The D variant radiators are missing. It has no engine intake. The siren here wasn't used together with the outboard fuel tank or the gun pods. And then we have the bomb, which would not have been used at the same time as the gun pods. And finally, it features an arrestor hook used for landing on aircraft carriers, which was equipped on the experimental Navy C variant of the Ju-87. So it seems like they just slapped together as many details from as many different variants of the Stuka as possible, and thus created an engineering nightmare that would most probably be too heavy to fly properly.
Hey! Get back inside, Mädchen!
Keep in mind that our character is still wearing her Soviet uniform, so it would be much more realistic for this German soldier to immediately shoot her on sight, or at the very least capture her. Speaking of which, there is no way that German soldiers would be able to be seen this far within the city in less than a day since the start of the battle. It took the Wehrmacht 2 or 3 weeks of brutal house-to-house fighting before they reached anywhere near downtown Stalingrad. Here it seems that an entire platoon of German soldiers are protecting these prisoners, when realistically they would have just executed them. The troops themselves also seem to be Luftwaffe paratroopers, which doesn't make sense as only one company of paratroopers, which is about 100 men, actually saw combat in Stalingrad, and none were even in the initial attack on the city. The following level brings us to the naval battle of Midway in 1942. This guy is wearing a US Army uniform with the patch of an Army Sergeant, when he should be wearing the US Navy insignia and uniform instead. He also for some reason has a US Army Combat Infantry badge with a sword instead of a rifle on it. And this Army Air Force patch has the Airborne tab on the wrong end. Here we see an Army Air Force poster, but the US Air Force did not become its own branch until after World War II. Also, we are on a US Navy carrier, so it would be much more realistic for this to be a poster of the US Navy aviation branch instead. The US cruisers are missing all of their turrets. There's 100-pound bombs on the wings of the aircraft, despite the fact that the bombers weren't equipped with them in real life due to range and performance issues. The game depicts all the American squadrons launching at the same time in a coordinated wave of aircraft that wipe out the Japanese fleet swiftly. This was not the case, as the squadrons actually all launched at different times and in some cases different directions, catching the Japanese off guard by accident and sheer luck. The torpedo bombers should not be flying this high. SPD Dauntless pilots actually opened their canopy when performing a dive, as the different air temperature would cause fog on the glass when it was closed, and thus limit visibility. Your fighters find the Japanese fleet in less than 4 minutes, when in reality it took much longer. During the dive run, the rear gunner is calling out the altitude, despite there being no altitude meter back there. The Japanese ships would not be this close together. In reality they are quite far apart to have room to maneuver and avoid torpedoes. There is no way that an American SPD Dauntless dive bomber with a bomb node attached would be able to outperform and outspeed Japanese A6M0 fighters. When the American bombers assaulted the enemy carriers, they were largely uncontested, as the Japanese Zeros were not high enough to fight them, because they were too busy fighting off torpedo planes that attacked earlier, meaning there should not be this many Zeros attacking us in the game. There was no rain or thunderstorms at the Battle of Midway. Your aircraft also magically reloads its bombs mid-air, because you somehow have enough bombs to perform a second dive run. By looking at the structure and letters displayed on the carriers, we can tell that the one we take off from is the USS Enterprise. The first Japanese carrier we attack is the Soryu, and the second one is the Kage. This is in reverse order of what happened in real life, as the Kage was attacked before the Soryu. The game also tells us that we are in Bombing Squadron 6, which was a real squadron part of the air group on the Enterprise. These squadrons went on to sink the Japanese carriers Kage and Akagi, but as just mentioned, we destroyed a Soryu and Kage in the game, which does not match up as the Soryu was actually attacked by bombers from the USS Yorktown, not the Enterprise. The following level takes place during the Battle of Numa Numa Trail on Bougainville Island in November 1943. What did he think he was going to achieve? Here we use a Japanese Type 97 grenade, but for them to explode, you need to not only pull the pin, but also press in the firing pin on the top, which our character fails to do. Again we see the revolving shotgun. As mentioned earlier, this was strictly a German weapon and was exceptionally rare.
Do you speak Japanese?
Oh yes, Mr. Japanese soldier who for some reason knows perfect English. I am sure that our American pilot character is fluent in the language of Japanese. This American ambush is portrayed poorly. All attacking forces should have each targeted a Japanese soldier and all shot at the same time. They also should not have come out of cover while the enemy is still firing at them. Here this soldier tells us that they are part of the 93rd Infantry Division. This unit was one of 2 African American combat divisions who served during World War II. The problems here lay in the fact that the 93rd Division was mainly tasked with labour and security missions on the Guadalcanal, so they did not see much combat, and the division didn't even arrive on Bougainville Island until March 1944, making it impossible for them to be here in November 1943 as the game depicts. He states that the mission was to rescue the 2 pilots, but then they immediately consider not saving them because they'll be dead weight. Booker is carrying a rifle cartridge belt despite him being a submachine gunner. Howard is using the flamethrower at point blank range and in the wrong setting. The weapon had a range of 20 to 40 meters and was supposed to be used to clear bunkers and destroy fortifications. Booker mentions that they are here to assist the 23rd Division. The dates again do not match because the 23rd only arrived in January 1944 to replace the 3rd Marine Division at Cape Torquena. Also, the 23rd Division was the only American division that was never actually called by its number, with it being referred to by its name of Americal Division. Throughout the level we find Japanese soldiers wielding German STG-44s, which is both misplaced and anachronistic as the STG was not distributed until 1944. Here Howard gets shot through the back, which means that the bullet would also have gone through the fuel tank and render the flamethrower useless as the fuel would leak. The flamethrower did not have this much fuel, with it only being able to consistently fire for 7 seconds before it had to be refueled. Here we see a Type 41 mountain cannon, which although was used by Japanese forces in World War II due to its lightweight and maneuverability, it would be more realistic to have an anti-aircraft gun here instead, since it is located right next to an airfield. This grenade would not explode because the safety lever on the side was not released. Here we see American 76mm Sherman tanks. These tanks were only used in late 1944 and were specifically designed to destroy heavily armoured German tanks such as Tigers or Panthers, not lightweight Japanese tanks which were renowned for having terrible armour. Flying an enemy's plane would be an assured way of getting shot down by your own allies. Once again we use a German weapon in the Pacific, and this time it's an MG42 that happens to have unlimited ammo. The Sherman was one of the greatest and most armoured medium tanks in World War II, so they should not all be getting destroyed so easily by some lightweight Japanese tanks like they are here. Also yes, this Sherman legit just tried to shoot down a Japanese fighter with its cannon. This wounded soldier is wearing M1943 boots, which would be impossible considering that the Model 43 uniform set was still undergoing testing in Italy during this time. These soldiers should be wearing a helmet while in direct combat, not garrison caps. The next mission takes us back to Stalingrad towards the end of the battle in January of 1943. Our character in the Stalingrad missions is based on a real Soviet sniper named Lyudmila Pavlichenko, but unfortunately the only two similarities between these two people is that they are both Soviet, female, highly skilled snipers, as Pavlichenko never even fought in the Battle of Stalingrad as the game depicts. It is far too quiet during this opening sniper fight. There should definitely be gunshots and bombs going off in the background. Here we can find an AS-44, an early Soviet assault rifle that was not designed until 1944. Oh look, it's the T-34-85 tank again. Still a year too early to be featured here though. Our character somehow reloads his pistol with one hand. Keep in mind that at this time in the battle, the German forces were already completely encircled and on the verge of defeat, so it makes no sense for there to be so many German troops and no Soviet soldiers in sight. These Jägermortar heavily armoured soldiers never existed in real life. When you consider that the Battle of Stalingrad was the single bloodiest conflict in history that involved thousands of troops performing brutal close-quarter house-to-house fighting, with upwards of 19,000 people being killed per day, then it really doesn't make sense to why it's so empty around here. Seriously, this is the Barmily Fountain, which was infamous for representing the destruction and carnage of the fighting in Stalingrad. Remember the fountain in COD World at War? That did such a better job at capturing the brutality of this conflict.
The infamous Lady Nightingale brought Stalingrad back from the brink. Her actions inspired the Russians to take back their city and go on the offensive. Polina changed the course of the war for the Allies and her people.
No. No one superhuman sniper motivated the entire Red Army to fight. What really motivated Soviet troops were orders such as Stalin's "not one step back," which saw any retreating Red Army soldiers to be killed instantaneously, with other influences including war propaganda and a drive to defend their country and citizens from the enemy invaders. And although yes, our character's real-life counterpart, Pavlichenko, was an extremely skilled sniper who inspired her comrades in arms and later even became a propagandist for the Red Army, her impact on the war was not nearly as big as the game depicts. And again, she had nothing to do with Stalingrad. The next level takes place during the Battle of Tobruk, part of the North African campaign in 1941. The character who we play as in this level, Lucas, is inspired by a real soldier named Charles Upham. The problem here is that Upham was from New Zealand and fought for the New Zealand military force, but our character in the game for some reason is from Australia and fights in an Australian infantry division. This German tank is a Panzer IV F2, which was not produced until March 1942, making it anachronistic to feature here in 1941. We start the mission using an Owen gun, but this submachine gun was not produced until 1942. The Battle of Tobruk had a large prevalence of Italian troops, and yet we see none in this mission. We can even find a Beretta PG burst assault rifle, which was an Italian prototype weapon, but still, no Italian soldiers to be seen anywhere. We can find the German enemies using Volkssturmgewehrs, which doesn't match up as this gun did not see combat use until 1945. The German maps and documents in this level and in the rest of the game all have the symbol of the Sturmabteilung on them, but this paramilitary organization was largely replaced by the Waffen-SS at the start of the war, making it more likely for these documents to have the SS symbol or any other such insignia on them. Major Hams appears to be wearing 1888 pattern Slade Wallace equipment for some reason. There is even bullets visible on the side of his pouches, which wouldn't fit any of the standard issued weapons during the Second World War. The following mission brings us to the Battle of El Alamein in October of 1942. It starts with all these soldiers sitting on top of these Crusader tanks. This would be unlikely, as the Crusader is a fast, lightweight tank that was made for quickly breaking through enemy lines. So soldiers would usually choose to sit atop the slower and more armoured tanks, such as the Matilda IIs or Churchills. The first RPG was put into service in 1954, and the letter stood for Ruchny Protovotankovy Granatomet, which is Russian for Handheld Anti-Tank Grenade Launcher, and then using the same acronym of RPG, it turned into Rocket Propelled Grenade, so to have the commander referring to it as an RPG in 1942 would be anachronistic. The Lee Enfields that we use at the beginning of the level only holds 5 rounds, when it should be holding 10. Here we see 8 Panzer IV F2s with the 76mm cannons, but only a very few number of these tanks actually took part in the Battle of El Alamein, with the majority of the Axis tank forces being made up of M1340 and M1441 Italian tanks, alongside short-barreled Panzer IVs and Panzer IIIs. These tanks are way too close to each other. Real tank engagements usually occurred at a much larger distance of 500 meters or so. These Australian soldiers should be wearing British Brodie helmets instead of these hats during combat. This aircraft is bombing way too close to their own troops. World War II era bombers were not that precise, so they would have to bomb hundreds of meters away from their allies to avoid friendly fire. The location where the real Battle of El Alamein happened was mostly flat desert, so there should not be mountains or old ruins here. Apparently a grenade launcher from Wolfenstein somehow slipped its way into this game. The Panzerfaust was a single-use disposable weapon, so you should not be able to reload it and use it multiple times like you can here.
The rigid hierarchy of Allied command would look at Lucas and see only character flaws.
The British commander of the 8th Army grew up in Australia, claimed that Australia was the place that inspired him to become a soldier, praised the 9th Australian Division, which is the one our character Lucas is depicted to be in, stated that they are some of the finest troops at El Alamein, and even visited the surviving veterans of the 9th after the war was over, so this really doesn't match with the discrimination against Australian soldiers that this game is showing. The final mission of this game takes place during the Battle of Berlin in May 1945.
But from the ashes shall rise our vision for something greater. To the Fourth Reich.
Throughout the whole campaign, this guy keeps going on about how he needs to get to Tempelhof Airport so he can fly away and execute Project Phoenix to bring the Reich back. But not once does the game explain how exactly he is going to achieve this impossible task this late in the war. Also, he says that Project Phoenix started 3 years ago, but Germany was still winning the war back in 1942, so why would they make a plan to resurrect themselves if their defeat was nowhere in sight? Here our character holds a pistol with 2 hands instead of 1. In World War II, soldiers were trained to hold a pistol with 1 hand, so that they could hold a knife, map, binoculars, or any other object in the other hand. Substantial sections of the subway under Berlin were purposely flooded during the real battle in the city, yet in the game we see that none of the tunnels have any water in them. Many of the German enemies are wearing modern plate carriers, which didn't exist during World War II. Tempelhof Airport was taken control by Soviet forces on April 26, 1945. But the game depicts the battlefield occurring in May. I think it goes without saying that these German flamethrower juggernaut enemies did not exist. At this point in the battle, Berlin was completely surrounded by the Red Army, so the chances of our characters not getting shot down and successfully flying out of the city in this German enemy plane would be exceptionally low.
What's Project Aggregate?
Secret V2 rocket facility. You think you could fly one of those?
I could fly anything.
No, you couldn't. The V2 rocket was an early long-range guided ballistic missile. It had no cockpit, so you couldn't pilot it.
Forged in the fires, we were the tip of the spear. We were the vanguard.
The word vanguard is defined as a group of people leading in the foremost part of an advancing army. This is exactly not what our group in the game is. They were fighting an all but defeated enemy at the very end of the war. The total number of historical inaccuracies that I was able to find was 139, but all of these details were quick things that I spotted in my first or second playthrough of the story mode. So there definitely is loads more, especially regarding the array of bizarre and cursed attachments on the guns. So if you have any more historical inaccuracies you'd like to add to the list, then please comment them below. If you enjoyed my historical analysis, then I'd highly recommend checking out this video, which explores. The year is 2002, and you've just arrived home from GameStop with a fresh new copy of Call of Duty Black Ops. You eagerly put the disc into your Xbox 360 and launch the campaign. The story immediately piques your interest as you play as the main character Mason, who is getting interrogated and tortured for some numbers. The story then continues as you search through Mason's memories, hopping from country to country of forming secret black operations for the CIA. You encounter many thrilling twists and turns throughout the story, and never cease to enjoy the awesome fun and badass gameplay that this game has to offer. If you're like myself and thoroughly enjoyed the campaign of Black Ops, and you may be curious about some of the real life history behind the locations, missions, and characters featured in this game. In this video we will look at these factors by going mission by mission and separating what's historical fact and what's fiction in each one. So without further ado, let's do this. Black Ops' first mission starts in Santa Maria, Cuba during the Bay of Pigs invasion on April 17, 1961, where you and your team of Bowman and Woods are part of a CIA assassination team known as Operation 40. You collect intel on Fidel Castro's location from an informant, fight your way through the streets and escape in a car. You are then brought to a plantation where you infiltrate and assassinate Castro before shooting your way to the airfield and attempting to escape on a plane. The runway gets blocked and your character Mason jumps out of the aircraft, clears the runway and gets captured in the process. We then see that you killed a double agent, and the real Castro hands Mason over as a gift to a Russian general by the name of Dragovich. In real life, the Bay of Pigs invasion was a landing operation on the southwest coast of Cuba in 1961 by CIA-backed Cuban exiles who opposed Fidel Castro's Cuban Revolution. 1,500 Cuban exiles, as part of Brigade 2506, with the aid from the US Navy and Air Force, were sent into the Bay of Pigs, with a smaller force landing in the east of Cuba to create confusion. They were quickly outmatched and outnumbered by the Cuban forces, as Castro had already learned of the invasion prior to it unfolding. The goal of the attack was to inspire other Cubans to take up arms and overthrow Castro's communist government and establish a new democratic government that would be more friendly to the USA. The invasion was a massive failure for the US, and it resulted in almost 300 casualties, the capture of 1,002 Cuban exiles, and had further tensions between the two countries, which eventually led to the Cuban Missile Crisis. Operation 40 was the code name for a CIA-sponsored counterintelligence group made up of Cuban exiles. They were an assassination group that would assassinate enemy members of militaries, political parties, and foreign agents. They took part in the Bay of Pigs invasion alongside Brigade 2506 on April 17, 1961. Black Ops got the date and involvement of the US Special Forces and Air Force in this mission correct, and it shows the Cuban exiles getting defeated and the fleeing of the few American forces involved. What the game got incorrect was the exact locations and events depicted, as there was no assassination attempt of Fidel Castro on that day. Also, the real Operation 40 was composed of Cuban exiles and not Americans as shown in the game. This mission caused quite a stir in Cuba back in 2010, as the Cuban government found the assassination of Castro depicted in this mission insulting, and stated on their website that, quote, "What the United States government did not achieve in more than 50 years, it now tries to do virtually," end quote. This accusation was not entirely unjust though, because the CIA did attempt to assassinate Castro 638 times, but still failed. Even Castro himself once said, "If surviving assassination attempts were an Olympic event, I'd win the gold medal." After Mason gets captured, he is sent to the Vorkuta Gulag. He befriends a Russian named Reznov, and together they attempt to escape the labor camp with their fellow prisoners on October 8, 1963. By using makeshift weapons, stolen guns, and even a minigun, they fight their way to freedom. Towards the end of the mission, Reznov and Mason are the only ones left alive and escape the boundaries of the camp on motorcycles. Mason then successfully jumps onto a train, but Reznov fails to, and the mission ends with you becoming free as Reznov drives away. Vorkuta was a real labor camp located 160 kilometers above the Arctic Circle in the Khmer Republic of Soviet Russia. Officially called Vorkuta Correct of Special Labor Camp No. 6, it operated from 1932 till 1962 and held prisoners of war, enemies of the state, dissidents, political prisoners, and convicted criminals. The camp imprisoned 73,000 inmates at its peak and forced them to provide labor for their nearby mine and logging operation. A railway was constructed to ship the coal and wood out of the Gulag, and was the one used by Mason at the end of the mission. Vorkuta was one of the largest and most inhumane labor camps in the Gulag system due to its freezing climate and terrible conditions. Hunger caused by poor rations and extreme exhaustion was rampant, and many died of starvation and illness. Polar days meant that there would be 3 months of constant daylight during the summer, which further added to the misery of the inmates. A riot started in Vorkuta on July 19 in 1953 as inmates demanded more rights and wages. It lasted 2 weeks and some small concessions were made at first, but the inmates wanted more. The riots then turned violent, and just like in the game, the guards opened fire at the prisoners and the army was called in for support. Around 60 prisoners were killed with hundreds more wounded. The dates of the real riot and the one depicted in Black Ops do not match, and it was in fact impossible for the inmates to be in Vorkuta in 1963, as the camp permanently closed in 1962 due to Khrushchev's reforms. In USDD, you and Hudson are flown to the Pentagon, where you first meet Secretary Robert McNamara, who tells you about the dangers of the Soviet General Nikita Dragovich. You are then brought inside the Pentagon, where you meet 35th US President John F. Kennedy inside the nerve center under the Pentagon building. Kennedy then tells you more about Dragovich and instructs you to kill him. Most of this mission is fictional, other than McNamara being the real Secretary of Defense from 1961 to 1968, and John F. Kennedy serving as the US President at this time as well. Dragovich, Mason, and Hudson were completely fictional characters, and the nerve center shown in this mission was not depicted accurately, and instead looked like the picture shown on screen now. The real nerve center in the Pentagon is called the National Military Command Center, and was more accurately portrayed in the Zombies mode as the starting room on the map 5. The map featured red phones, which supposedly was a direct telephone hotline between the Pentagon and the Kremlin in the USSR. This red phone was a myth, and the real Washington to Moscow hotline used teletype equipment instead. Both the campaign and the zombie map also featured the DEFCON system. which is the 5 graduated levels of readiness that the US military uses. It increases in severity, with DEFCON 5 meaning no danger to DEFCON 1 signaling the outbreak of nuclear war. This mission tasks you and Woods with infiltrating the Soviet Baikonur Cosmodrome, where you save your captured ally Weaver, blow up the Soyuz 2 rocket, kill the Essential Group scientists in sight, and finally attempt but fail to execute Dragovich. The Baikonur Cosmodrome is the world's first and largest spaceport for orbital and human launches. It is located in the desert steppe of southern Kazakhstan and was constructed by USSR in the late 50s as a base of operations for the Soviet space program. Many famous and historical important space flights were launched from this base, such as the first operational intercontinental ballistic missile, the first satellite Sputnik 1, the first spacecraft to travel close to the moon Luna 1, the first crewed and orbital flight by Yuri Gagarin, and the flight of the first woman in space, Valentina Tereshkova. On the mission, we were informed that Soyuz 1 and Soyuz 2 rockets were being launched around the same time. The real Soyuz 1 and 2 rockets launched at separate times, with the Soyuz 1 lifting off on April 27, 1967, and the Soyuz 2 on the 25th of October 1968. The original plan for both rockets was for them to lift off at similar times and perform a rendezvous and exchange crew members of each rocket in space before returning to Earth. This plan was scrapped though, due to the Soyuz 2 not being able to take off because of thunderstorms at night at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. In the mission, we are also informed that the Ascension Group members at the Cosmodrome were Nazis that were co-opted by the Soviets after World War II. This did in fact happen and was part of Operation Ozakoviakin. On October 22, 1946, over 2,000 German specialists along with their families were removed from the Soviet-occupied zones of post-World War II and were employed in the Soviet Union. These Nazi scientists provided a huge role in the Soviet space program and for both sides of the space race due to the knowledge they had. During World War II, these rocket engineers developed a series of ballistic missiles, including the V-2 rocket. Their research and materials from these missiles, along with the knowledge of them, was used by the USSR to recreate their own version of the V-2 rocket in 1948, called the R-1. These scientists then continued to help develop more ballistic missiles, such as the R-14 and G-4. The creation of these missiles gave useful experience and knowledge to the Soviet experts, which then allowed them to construct more rocket ships, including the Soyuz 11A-511 that we see in the mission. Operation Flashpoint, along with the Ascension Group mentioned in executive order, were not real, and the exact dates are off by a few years. The simultaneous launch of Soyuz 1 and 2 was not all that far-fetched, as the original saw it that way before it had been changed. The location and the Soviets using ex-Nazi scientists for the space program was depicted more accurately though. SOG begins in the K-Sang military camp, where you first meet Hudson and Woods before driving to the base to help defend it from an invasion from the North Vietnamese army. During the drive there, Woods tells you about the MACV-SOG and about the K-Sang base. MACV-SOG, standing for Military Assistance Command Vietnam Studios and Observations Group, was a real, highly classified multi-service special operations unit which conducted covert, unconventional warfare operations before and during the Vietnam War. The unit was created in January of 1964 due to the heightened US military intervention in Southeast Asia and consisted of personnel from the US Army Special Forces, Navy SEALs, Air Force, Marine Corps, and the CIA. The mission of the organization was to execute an intense program of harassment, diversion, political pressure, the capture of prisoners, physical destruction, acquisition of intelligence, generation of propaganda, and the diversion of resources against the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. MACV-SOG was disbanded in 1971 when the US started pulling forces out of Vietnam. The K-Sang military base was a US Marine Corps outpost located south of the Vietnam demilitarized zone. The camp serves as a patrol base for blocking enemy infiltration from Laos, as a base for SOG operations to harass the enemy in Laos, as an airstrip for reconnaissance planes surveying the Ho Chi Minh Trail, as a western anchor for defense south of the DMZ, and as an eventual jump-off point for ground operations. It was built in 1962 and was abandoned and destroyed by American forces in July of 1968. The mission in Black Ops depicts the start of the Battle of K-Sang, which is when the North Vietnamese forces attempted to siege and invade the Khe Sanh base. 2 to 3 divisions of Vietnamese soldiers along with artillery bombardments attacked the base on the 21st of January 1968. The assault on the base was used as a decoy so that the North Vietnamese army would face less resistance in their true objective of invading the cities, part of the first phase of the Tet Offensive. The conflict lasted 5 months and resulted with a withdrawal of US forces from the camp and the death of around 10,000 NVA soldiers and 500 US Marines. We next go to Yao City, where you are tasked with finding and extracting a Soviet defector. We find Reznov, who escaped Vorkuta alive, and he gives us intel on Dragovich's plan to attack the USA. The level ends with you holding out on the streets until you escape via a boat. On the 30th of January 1968, the North Vietnam Army launched the Tet Offensive, which saw them invade over 100 cities. Hue City was one of the first and most important places that the NVA wanted to attack due to its location and large size. They also believed that by attacking major cities in the south, such as Hue, would cause the morale of the citizens and the South Vietnam Army to collapse and cause the US to leave Vietnam. On the 31st of January 1968, the Viet Cong attacked the city and caught the Allies by surprise. The Battle of Hue lasted a month and was one of the bloodiest and most fierce conflicts in the Vietnam War. The brutal close-quarter combat fighting in the city was captured by cameras and broadcasted back to America, where it further aided in the anti-war movement. An estimated 150 US Marines, 400 South Vietnamese troops, and 6,000 North Vietnamese soldiers died as a result of the fighting in the city. Over 5,000 citizens were also killed in the battle, with many of them being executed by Viet Cong as depicted in the game. The Battle of Hue ended on the 2nd of March 1968 with an American South Vietnamese victory. The conflict came at a heavy cost for both sides, as on top of all the casualties, the city was almost completely left in ruins, and thousands of more citizens and soldiers were injured. At the beginning of the mission, you and your team infiltrate the MACV compound and collect intel on Soviet involvement in Vietnam. This compound was real and was located on Hong Vuong Street in Hue. MACV Advisory Team No. 3 were stationed there, and the building was fiercely fought over from the 31st of January to the 2nd of February. The Soviet Union substantially supplied the North Vietnamese army with supplies, weapons, munitions, and surface-to-air missiles during the Vietnam War. They also gave around 3,000 Soviet troops, T-54 and 55 tanks as shown in the mission, and they even allegedly shot down some US planes. It is important to note that the Soviet help given to the MVA absolutely paled in comparison to the aid that America and their allies gave to the South Vietnam Army, with the USA alone providing over 2.7 million soldiers throughout the 20-year-long war. In the mission, we used Dragon Breath rounds in a SPAS-12 shotgun. These shells do exist, but are not used by any military or police force because of the massive fire hazard they possess. This level presents us in the walled city of Kowloon, where you play as Hudson and along with Weaver, torture a scientist named Dr. Clark for information on a biochemical weapon he helped develop for Dragovich called Nova 6. Dragovich's Spetsnaz soldiers arrive to kill Dr. Clark, and you try to escape the city with him. Clark tells you the location of Dragovich's base in the Ural Mountains, but you soon get overwhelmed by the enemy, and he gets shot before he can explain the meaning of the numbers that keep getting played to Mason in the interrogation room. The mission ends with you and Weaver escaping the city with the next objective of advancing on the Ural Mountains base. Most of this mission is made up, including Dr. Clark, the existence of Nova 6, and the Spetsnaz attack, with Spetsnaz itself just meaning an umbrella term for Russian special forces. The city shown in the level was real though, so I can tell you about that. Unfortunately, I'm unable to inform you about some of the mysteries featured in this mission, such as how the hell do you and Weaver not get shot once here, and who the name of Jesus is this fella waving to?
Are you blind, man?
Anyway, Kowloon Walled City was an ungoverned and extremely densely populated Chinese enclave located within Kowloon City in British Hong Kong. It took up about 7 acres in total, with a wall bordering the outside, and was at one point the world's most densely populated city with an estimated 33,000 residents, living in the over 300 buildings within it. The campaign level depicts planes flying close over the city. This was accurate, and was because it was built near high-tech airport. A height limit of 13 to 14 stories even had to be imposed on the city, due to it being in the flight path of planes going to the airport. The city being ungoverned by Hong Kong caused it to become a haven for crime and drugs, with many criminal groups known as triads inhabiting within it. Kowloon Walled City was demolished in 1993 due to the terrible sanitary and quality of life within it. It was then replaced with a park called Kowloon Walled City Park, which is just about the most original name I've ever heard in my life. We are brought back in time to October of 1945, just months after a surrender of Nazi Germany. You play as Reznov and are joined by Dmitri, who you play as in Call of Duty World at War, and by your commando Dragovich and his right-hand man Kravchenko. You invade a Nazi base and capture a German scientist named Steiner. After the base falls, you go to a ship stuck in the ice. Inside the boat, we find Nova 6 gas stored inside V2 rockets, and Kravchenko and Dragovich betray Reznov and Dmitri by attempting to use them as test subjects to show the lethality of the severely toxic nerve agent. Dmitri dies by the gas, but before it can be deposed upon Reznov, British forces arrive to attempt to seize it for themselves. You then escape the boat before blowing it up and sinking it, in the hope of ridding the world of the horrid, inhumane Nova 6 gas. During World War II, the Germans did actually manage to establish bases in the Arctic Circle, in such regions as Lapland, the Spitsbergen Islands in Norway, and Greenland. The Arctic Circle in the 1940s was a very difficult place to reach and inhabit. Because of this, all the real recorded German bases in the Arctic Circle were a lot smaller and a lot less dangerous, with most of them being weather stations. While playing as Reznov in the mission, we witnessed our fellow comrades killing the surrendering Nazi soldiers. This encapsulates the vile hatred between the USSR and Nazi Germany during the war, due to how brutally the Germans destroyed, looted, and massacred millions of Soviet citizens when they invaded the country in 1941. We get to physically see German V2 rockets inside the boat on this level. I have already mentioned these missiles and other similar versions of it earlier in executive order, but I'd like to expand on this one in particular. The V2 rocket was developed in Germany from 1936 by the efforts of scientists led by Wernher von Braun, and was first successfully launched in October of 1942. Thousands of these were fired at major cities in Allied countries such as France, Britain, Belgium, and the Netherlands. The explosions killed an estimated 9,000 military personnel and civilians, and around 12,000 forced laborers and concentration camp prisoners died as a result of being forced to participate in the production of the weapon. The V2 carried a powerful motor capable of launching the rocket more than 80 kilometers above the Earth at a trajectory of around 190 kilometers. Fueled by liquid ethanol and oxygen, the V2 rocket could reach speeds of over 5,000 kilometers per hour and reach targets over 300 kilometers away. These characteristics made it more secure than any other built before, and effectively made it the world's first space rocket. Victor Charlie brings us back to 1968 and begins with you trapped in a crashed helicopter just south of the DMZ in Vietnam. Once you escape, you and your team attack Viet Cong in the nearby villages. After battling through the settlements, we go to a Viet Cong rat tunnel and enter accompanied by Reznov and Swift. During the extreme close quarter fighting, Swift sadly gets slain, and you and Reznov continue to a secret compound in the tunnels. You collect intel and quickly escape before exfilling in a helicopter. The rat tunnels shown in this mission did actually exist, and were first made by the communist forces in Vietnam during the First Indochina War. During the Vietnam War, these tunnels were greatly expanded to accommodate for food and weapon caches, hospitals, headquarters, barracks, and living quarters for NVA soldiers. They also served for communication and supply routes and hiding spots for the Viet Cong to use during combat. US and Allied soldiers, known as tunnel rats, volunteered to enter, clear, collect intel, map, and sometimes destroy these tunnels. They were equipped with only a pistol, flashlight, and knife, and had to be of low stature to maneuver in the tight spaces. Usually 2 tunnel rats would enter together, and one would listen for enemy movement, while the other would radio to the surface to map the tunnels. The Viet Cong often set booby traps with hand grenades, mines, punji spikes, and even venomous snakes, spiders, and scorpions inside the underground passages. The tunnels would sometimes collapse due to them being built poorly, and the Viet Cong often dug the tunnels with many 60 to 120 degree angles incorporated to make it harder to shoot straight and to also help deflect explosions. The job of the tunnel rats was one of the most treacherous and dangerous in the whole Vietnam War, with them suffering a high mortality rate of around 33%. This level kicks us off in Laos in 1968. We are tasked with investigating a crashed Soviet plane, the perceive it as carrying Nova 6. We journey to the wreckage with an armed boat, while Sympathy for a Devil by the Rolling Stones plays in the background. Once we arrive on land, we then fight our way to the downed plane and discover that there is no Nova 6 inside. The cargo aircraft then collapses after being shot by Spetsnaz helicopters, and you, Woods, Bowman, are captured by Dragovich and Kravchenko. The events in this mission are made up, with there being no such Soviet cargo aircraft shot down in Laos during the Vietnam War. So rather than talking about the events of the level, we the location and some of the vehicles depicted. While on the boat, we sailed down the Mekong River in Laos. This delta area is comprised of rice paddies and was home to around 8 million South Vietnam civilians during the war. The area was the Viet Cong's largest stronghold and was used by them for transportation and for its natural geography. Starting in early 1967, the river saw much conflict between the Viet Cong and the US 9th Infantry Division and units of the US Navy swift boats and hovercraft. The Mobile Ravine Force was then created to operate in the difficult terrain and were responsible for carrying out many major operations in the Mekong Delta region. During this level, and in many others in the game, we see the iconic UH-1 helicopter. The Bell UH-1 Iroquois, nicknamed the Huey, is a utility military helicopter developed by Bell Helicopters in 1952 for the United States Army. Over 16,000 of these have been produced since 1960, and it was used as the first turbo-powered chopper produced for the US Army. The Huey helicopter performed many roles including troop transport, medevac, and bush ranger gunships for armed support. The ones tasked with ground attack or armed escort could be outfitted with mounted M60 light machine guns, miniguns, a M75 grenade launcher, AGM-22B wire-guided anti-tank missiles, or XM157 7-tube rocket launchers. The helicopter is infamous due to its adaptability, ruggedness, and extended use, with over 7,000 of them being deployed in the Vietnam War. The helicopter is also famous for being featured in like literally every Vietnam War movie and video game ever, usually accompanied with Fortunate Son. The boat used in the level is also real, and is called a PBR, standing for Patrol Boat Ravine. More than 250 of these fiberglass hull vessels were used in the war between 1966 to 1975, and they were the most used boat in the Ravine Patrol Force. Although the PBR did not have strong armor or shielding, it more than made up for it due to its high speed, maneuverability, and firepower, with it usually featuring twin M2HB 50 caliber machine guns in a rotating shield tub, 1 or 2 M60 light machine guns, and MK19 grenade launchers. Lastly, we'll look at the crashed Soviet plane. The model in the game is based on the American C-130 Hercules. Produced by Lockheed in 1954, the C-130 is the longest consecutively produced military aircraft and is mainly used by the US, Canadian, and British Air Force. It was designed as a cargo, medevac, and troop transport, and was used in the Vietnam War from 1962 to 1970. The 4 turboprop-engined aircraft dominated airlift operations in Vietnam due to its 15-ton payload and its ability to use unprepared runways and rapidly unload cargo. The versatile airframe of the C-130 is used in many other variants of the aircraft, including the infamous AC-130 gunship, which I'm sure you know and love from the Modern Warfare series of games. It doesn't make sense why the Soviets would have a C-130 though, with their most common and closest resembling cargo plane to it being their own Antonov AN-12, but I'd assume the game developers just did it this way to save time by reusing assets. Weapons of Mass Destruction, acronymized to WMD, starts us with taking off and flying a SR-71 Blackbird. You use the advanced camera technology on board to help guide Hudson and Weaver's team to the enemy facility in the Ural Mountains. You then continuously switch perspectives with Hudson on the ground and the operator in the Blackbird until you reach the Soviet base on Mount Yamantau. Your team destroyed a relay station before gliding down to the near town. You fight your way to Dragovich's facility, where Steiner tells you through a radio recording that Soviet sleeper agents have been placed all across America and will expose Nova 6 all over the continent once they receive a number sequence from Dragovich. Steiner offers that you rescue him in return for him informing you on how to stop the number sequence from being broadcasted. You and your team then escape on a truck with your next objective of extracting Steiner from the base on Rebirth Island. The SR-71 Blackbird depicted in this mission is real and was produced by Lockheed in 1966. Following the previous downing of an American U-2 spy plane over the Soviet Union, the US Air Force decided to employ a more fast and high-altitude flying plane to prevent them from being detected or shot down by any Soviet fighter jets or anti-aircraft missiles. They chose Lockheed to produce such an aircraft, and after many prototypes, the SR-71 Blackbird was made. The reconnaissance plane could reach a max speed of 3,529 km per hour, or Mach 3.3. It is still the world's fastest aircraft to this day, even after 55 plus years of aeronautical engineering. It was so fast that the hull of the aircraft could reach temperatures of over 260 degrees while flying, so it had to be made almost completely out of titanium, as standard aircraft aluminum would have easily softened. The elegant yet strange shape and black colour of the aircraft were also chosen to help reduce its radar signature. The Blackbird was successfully flown over Korea and Vietnam, but was never officially flown into Soviet airspace due to how disastrous it would be to the US if one happened to get shot down. Instead, they flew on the border of the USSR and used its advanced cameras and radars to look hundreds of miles into the country. For years, the SR-71 Blackbird was basically invulnerable, as no Soviet aircraft or surface-to-air missile could match its speed or high cruising altitude of 85,000 feet. But in the 1980s, Soviet fighter planes and anti-aircraft missiles improved and started to pose a genuine threat to the Blackbird. The spy planes were also costing the US defense budget massively, with each plane costing over $300 million a year to operate, and although none of them were ever shot down, over a third of the 50 Blackbirds ever made were destroyed in accidents. On top of this, advancements in spy satellites and aerial drones started to make the aircraft less useful, so in 1996 the SR-71 Blackbird was retired. The game shows us using an infrared video camera in the Blackbird to guide the squad. The Blackbird did have infrared cameras, but could not do the type of surveillance depicted in the game. The Soviet bases shown in the mission are all also not real, but there is a secret bunker or nuclear facility that started being built under Mount Yamantau by Russia in 1996. So perhaps the secrecy of this facility and area inspired Treyarch to locate the mission on Mount Yamantau. This level begins with you, Woods and Bowman imprisoned in an MVA camp. You and your team are forced to play Russian roulette, and Bowman gets violently beaten to death by a Spetsnaz operative. You and Woods then escape from the camp and fight your way to Kravchenko's location by using a stolen Soviet helicopter. Ye free more POWs and reunite with Reznov before finding and attempting to kill Kravchenko. Woods then sacrifices himself to kill him, and the mission ends with you now only accompanied with Reznov. Towards the start of the level, we see your team being treated extremely harshly by the MVA. According to real captured American POWs, this was sadly the case, with them often being subjected to many different methods of torture, such as beatings, starvation, isolation in so-called tiger cages, solitary confinement, sensory deprivation, and they were even sometimes forced to march out in streets to be beaten by North Vietnamese civilians. At least 766 US troops became POWs in the Vietnam War, and 144 of them died while in captivity. It was not until Operation Homecoming was launched in 1973 that most of these American prisoners were freed and allowed to return home. The Soviet helicopter shown in this level is called a Mil Mi-24. The Hind was designed by Mil in the 1960s to act as a gunship and troop transport for the Soviet Union. It was and still is operated by many. Homecoming was launched in 1973 that most of these American prisoners were freed and allowed to return home. The Soviet helicopter shown in this level is called a Mil. Mi-24. The Hind was designed by Mill in the 1960s to act as a gunship and troop transport for the Soviet Union. It was and still is operated by many different countries and is most known for being used for air support, anti-tank warfare and air-to-air combat in conflicts such as the Afghan and Iraq wars. It is one of the deadliest and most versatile aircraft in the world due to its high armament, good mobility and its ability to carry up to 8 soldiers in its main cabin. The Mill Mi-24 did not enter service until 1972 and was never present in the Vietnam War, so it would have been impossible to have one in Laos in 1968 as the game depicts. In this mission, and all the others set in the Vietnam War, we see both sides using unconventional weapons, with the USA using napalm and flamethrowers, and the MVA and Soviets using Nova 6. These types of weapons were used in the Vietnam War, but predominantly by the US and Allied forces, as the Soviets didn't have nearly as much as a direct impact in the conflict as the game makes out, and the MVA relied more on guerrilla warfare tactics. Napalm was used in Vietnam by US and Allied forces in flamethrowers to clear bunkers, destroy vegetation and burn NVA villages. It was also used heavily in the form of bomb payloads in planes. Over Over 388,000 tons of it was dropped by the USA in Vietnam between 1963 and 1970. Napalm burns at a temperature of over 1,000 degrees Celsius and is extremely deadly due to its ability to stick to skin and burn rapidly. As an incendiary, it is imprecise and resulted in the killing of thousands of innocent Vietnamese civilians. But the worst of the unconventional weapons used in the war were in the form of toxic chemicals used by the USA in Operation Ranch Hand. Starting in 1962, US forces started to use chemical weapons such as Agent Orange, Agent White and Agent Purple to destroy crops and jungle vegetation that the Viet Cong were using for cover and concealment. Nearly 90 million litres of herbicides were sprayed over an area of 77,000 square kilometres throughout the whole war, and they destroyed tons of crops and about 20% of all jungles in South Vietnam. Agent Orange was the main herbicide used by the US, and it caused high damage to human health due to its toxic byproduct of TCDD. According to Vietnamese documents, exposure to Agent Orange has caused health problems to an estimated 3 million Vietnamese civilians, of which 400,000 have died or ended up with serious life-impacting disabilities. Over 500,000 children have been born with birth defects due to the chemicals, even after Operation Ranch Hand ended in 1971. The use of herbicides and napalm largely turned public opinion against the war and aided in its lessening of use in the early 1970s. But sadly, the effects of the chemical weapons had already left its mark and continued to affect the people of Vietnam even to this day. The level begins with Mason and Reznov now gone rogue and attempting to kill Steiner on Revert Island before Hudson and Weaver can reach him. You sneak through the docks to a research facility before fighting your way to Steiner's position, where Reznov then shoots and kills him in vengeance. We then switch perspectives to Hudson and Weaver fighting their way to the lab. They reach Steiner, but it is too late. They discover that Reznov was just a figment of Mason's imagination, and they watch as he alone shoots Steiner. They then arrest Mason and bring him back to America to be interrogated. The level's location of Revert Island is real and is located in the Aral Sea in Uzbekistan. Following World War II, the Soviet Union wanted to construct a research facility to investigate biochemical weapons. They needed a remote island far within the USSR's borders that was hot and didn't have much wildlife to spread any diseases. Vozrastenia Island, or Revert Island, matched all these characteristics. So in 1948, all the local fishermen were removed from the island and a small laboratory was built. In 1954, the lab was then expanded into a full research facility called ARK 7. At its peak, some 1,500 people consisting of scientists, their families and guards lived on the island. The local town of Kantovec was especially built for the island's residents and was more well off than other Soviet towns, with it having a social club, a cinema, a stadium, shops and warm beaches. The scientists on Revert Island researched and genetically modified deadly diseases such as anthrax, smallpox, plague, brucellosis and tularemia to make them more resistant to existing cures. Many domestic animals were shipped to the island and used as test subjects, including between 200 and 300 monkeys every year. These animals are depicted in the lab in the mission. In 1971, the ARK 7 leaked a brown gas containing smallpox, which was inhaled by a scientist who then spread the disease to 10 others, resulting in 3 deaths. A year later, 2 fishermen were found dead from the plague near the island. 50,000 saiga antelope grazing nearby all died within an hour, and local fishermen started to report reeling in entire nets of dead fish. When the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, the facility was burnt down and abandoned. During the abandonment, over 200 tons of anthrax was unsafely buried, so in 2001, an American team was sent in to excavate and properly dispose of the barrels of anthrax spores. Today, Revert Island is no longer an island, as the Aral Sea has almost completely dried up. The remains of ARK 7 and the town of Kantovec still stand though, and serve as a reminder of the dangerous and brutal times of the Cold War. Now back at the interrogation room, we discover that Hudson was the interrogator, and he informs us that now that Steiner is dead, Mason is the only one who knows how to translate the number sequence to find where the numbers are being broadcasted from. Hudson reveals that while Mason was in Vorkuta, Steiner and Kravchenko implanted the number sequence containing the location of the broadcast station into his head and tried to brainwash him into being a sleeper agent to act on their behalf. The brainwashing failed on Mason, as he was too resilient to it, so he was sent back to prison, where Reznov then overrode Mason's brainwashing and changed his objectives by forcefully programming his mind to want to kill Reznov's enemies, Dragovich, Kravchenko and Steiner. The attack on the USA was imminent, with Soviet sleeper agents planted in every state and ready to release Nova 6 all over the country once they received the numbers broadcast. In a last-ditch effort, Hudson plays the number sequence one last time, and Mason searches through his memories and then remembers that the broadcast station is located on the cargo ship Icecap in Cuba. While in the interrogation room, Mason goes through brainwashing by electroshock therapy and the use of stimulus drugs. During the Cold War, such brainwashing techniques were used by the CIA in what became known as Project MK-Ultra. Once the Cold War had started, fears of the Soviet Union and communism were very prevalent in the United States. The CIA wanted to always be one step ahead of their ideological enemies, so much so that they started to set aside morals and laws to achieve this goal. Project MK-Ultra was an example of this. Starting in 1953, the CIA began to conduct research into brainwashing and mind control. They wanted to find a way to completely wipe the memories of a person and implant new ones, so that they could gain control of their actions. The CIA chose US subjects such as prisoners, people with terminal illness, and even mental health patients to perform tests on, often without their permission or knowledge. These human test subjects would be subjected to many forms of interrogation and torture, such as electric shock therapy, isolation, hypnosis, and the use of barbiturates, biochemical weapons, and hallucinogenic drugs, such as LSD. Some subjects will be tested on for many weeks or months on end, and will be forced to listen to audio messages looped continually. Project MKUltra was not revealed to the public until 1975, and is still shrouded in mystery, as most of the documents relating to it were destroyed by the CIA. Several deaths have been linked to the project, and only 14 of the estimated thousands of people affected were ever notified and restituted. The project was scrapped in 1973 and concluded that mind control was not possible. In the mission, Hudson mentions that the Soviet Union was performing similar mind control experiments to Project MKUltra. This is true, as the Soviets had a similar program that included experiments in parapsychology. Like MKUltra, this program included research into the effects of electromagnetic waves on humans, and led to the development of psychotronic weapons, which were intended to alter people's minds. Soviet scientists believed that the human brain could transmit and receive a certain kind of high-frequency electromagnetic radiation. They even developed a device called a Serpent that could generate and store this energy. Much less is known about the Soviet mind control program, as documents relating to it are still classified, even after the program was ended in 2003. The number of broadcast stations shown in the game are actually a real thing. Thought to be first used during the First World War, number broadcast stations are believed to be used by many government intelligence agencies to communicate with their spies. They use powerful shortwave transmitters to send out signals hundreds of kilometers away. The number stations were most used during the Cold War and would play constant static noise, which would then be occasionally interrupted by a series of numbers, letters, music, or other noises. The system of communication was pioneered by the Soviets and involved broadcasting a series of randomly generated numbers or letters on a public station that their spies could then listen into and decode by using a one-time key. This key was not to be shared and had to be destroyed after being used to protect the message from being intercepted. The secret messages being broadcasted publicly made tracking down the location of the spies almost impossible due to the amount of regular people listening in across the world. This makes it a better and more secure option to use for secret communications than the internet, and is the reason that many still broadcast to this day. Well-known examples of these number stations include the Russian UBV-76, English EO3, and Cuban VO2A. Some theories also state that they act as a dead-hand system in the case of a nuclear war, but the real reasons for the majority of number stations is not entirely clear due to nations never revealing their true purpose. This is it, the final mission of the Black Ops campaign. It begins with your team assaulting the Rusalka ship while in an attack helicopter. You and your team then board the vessel and fight your way down to the lower decks. Once there, you discover that the numbers are actually going to be broadcasted from an underwater facility located on the seabed beneath the Rusalka. You and Hudson then suit up and swim down to the base before swiftly attacking your way to Dragovich's position. Dragovich shoots Hudson, and you aggressively drown him to death, but not before he foreshadows JFK's assassination. The facility then gets blown up by the Air Force, and you and Hudson swim your way to the surface, as Reznov congratulates you on your success. Once at the surface, Weaver then carries you onto a boat, and you graciously look at what you've accomplished and bask in your victory. The cutscene then takes a bone-chilling turn, as footage of JFK disembarking Air Force One and entering his motorcade at Houston, Texas plays. Mason whispers details of the president's assassination, such as the caliber of the rifle used and the location and time. The footage then rewinds and slowly zooms in, revealing Mason in the audience, heavily indicating that his brainwashing was not fully overrode, and that Mason was the one who assassinated John F. Kennedy on that fateful morning of November 22nd, 1963. Pretty much the entirety of this mission is not real, with there never being an underwater number station or any such attempted massive attack on the USA. The idea of Lee Harvey Oswald not being the sole attacker of the JFK assassination is highly rumoured among many conspiracy theorists though. Such theories as JFK being killed by a second shooter hidden on a grassy knoll, or by a man with an umbrella, or as being a mafia hit are frequently discussed. Some even believe that the assassination was pulled off by the CIA, which would sort of match up with the game, as Mason was in the CIA. Many point to suspicious details as evidence, including the route of the motorcade, the trajectory that the bullet would have to take to hit Kennedy, the position of Lee Harvey Oswald, and the difficulty of the shot he would have had to pull off. Due to the suspicious nature of the assassination, and Oswald himself being killed 2 days after it, the murder of the 35th US President John F. Kennedy will forever be surrounded in mystery. So who knows? Maybe everyone's favourite number obsessed character really was behind this historically infamous assassination.
I'm happy because I'm getting work done for once. Every day I start by playing either
While making this
COD or
video,
Halo,
I was quite surprised with the amount of real history that is featured in this game. Nearly every mission is at least loosely based off actual historical events. The use of history really adds to the game by implanting an extra layer of immersion. It makes it feel as if some of the levels are almost like a simulator by letting you experience events that actually happened and mattered. It is a major feature into why I enjoy this game so much, and unfortunately is a quality that many of the futuristic Call of Duties lack. Black Ops 1 really shows how history can be learned in a cool, fun and interactive way, and is the single reason that got me into the subject at a young age. This is my first YouTube video I have ever made, and it took me a long while to make, so please do leave your thoughts, feedback or criticism in the comment section below. If you would like to see me make similar videos on other Call of Duties or any other video game series, then also let me know. Thank you all very much for watching. If you enjoyed, then please consider liking and subscribing, and I'll hopefully see you again soon.
All I can do are
Bye
dinosaur
now.
projects. Because I bought so many dinosaur assets.
I'm going to be absolutely truthful with you.
Models, you know?
Things have got way too far.
Because it just makes my job easier.
Let's recap a bit, shall we?
And then I edit them into new things.
Call of Duty was never supposed to have a zombies game mode. During the development of World at War in 2007, a small team within Treyarch decided to spend the little free time that they had prototyping an unapproved horde mode based on the co-op mechanics of the campaign. Unapproved really means unapproved here, as the group of developers responsible worked on it in secret for the better half of a year.
I haven't touched it in years.
So let's review. We got a tough development. The team is working with new technology. We're behind schedule.
I don't really use it as much as I used to because
unapproved, unplanned,
I wanted to focus on other things in the VR project.
In an established franchise,
VR games I
and
played.
zombies at this point.
I kind of did everything I wanted to.
I remember the first time I heard about it. I was like, what?
Yeah.
With the Call of Duty brand mostly focusing on depicting a realistic war setting at the time, and with World at War already being far behind schedule, it is a wonder that the Zombies game mode ever really made it into the game to begin with. The sole and only reason that it survived was that the higher-ups at Activision and a lot of people within Treyarch played the game mode after discovering its existence and simply thought that it was a lot of fun.
I wanted this to be on the disc. I wanted our players to have this.
He's biting.
And this is where we made the very risky, but ultimately
why are they getting
the right choice to follow the fun, follow the passion, and
I don't
dedicated
know if you can. I've never tried to do that before.
So no money would be spent on advertising this game mode, or ever even mentioning its existence before the release, and a decision was even made to hide the game mode behind the campaign completion. A lot of players might have thought that Activision and Treyarch did this to give players a reward for completing the campaign, but the big reason behind it was that they didn't want to have the game mode up front in the main menu. They did not want zombies to be the first thing people played when they loaded up their new Call of Duty game. While both Activision and Treyarch closely, and perhaps a bit nervously, awaited the response of the player base, it was perhaps the fact that it came as such a surprise that it was received with so much praise. It had an immense amount of hype behind it after players found out. And although the game mode was fun, the mechanics of zombies were incredibly basic and bare bones, even for its time. There was only one map, Nacht der and Toten, and it just had one unique mechanic, which was the mystery box. Come on, Reagan, 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 Reagan.
I'm not sure yet. I need to think.
With games like Left 4 Dead and Gears of War 2 both coming out in the same month, a horde-type game mode or a zombie shooter wasn't exactly a fresh or a new idea, with Gears of War doing a far better job at round-based survival horde mode gameplay, with many more maps to choose from, more varied enemies and boss rounds, and then Left 4 Dead doing the 4-player co-op zombies much better. Of course, it wouldn't be fair to compare a game that solely is based around killing zombies to an additional game mode.
The year tried to brainwash him into being in across the Ahsoka. You and Hudson then suit up and swim down to the base before swiftly attacking your way to Dragovich's position. Dragovich shoots Hudson and you aggressively drown him to death, but not before he foreshadows JFK's assassination. The facility then gets blown up by the Air Force, and you and Hudson swim your way to the surface as Reznov congratulates you on your success. Once at the surface, Weaver then carries you onto a boat, and you graciously look at what you've accomplished and bask in your victory. The cutscene then takes a bone-chilling turn as footage of JFK disembarking Air Force One and entering his motorcade at Houston, Texas plays. Mason whispers details of the president's assassination, such as the caliber of the rifle used and the location and time. The footage then rewinds and slowly zooms in, revealing Mason in the audience, heavily indicating that his brainwashing was not fully overrode and that Mason was the one who assassinated John F. Kennedy on that frightful morning of November 22nd, 1963. Pretty much the entirety of this mission is not real, with there never being an underwater number station or any such attempted massive attack on the USA. The idea of Lee Harvey Oswald not being the sole attacker of the JFK assassination is highly rumoured among many conspiracy theorists though. Such theories as JFK being killed by a second shooter hidden on a grassy knoll, or by a man with an umbrella, or as being a mafia hit are frequently discussed. Some even believe that the assassination was pulled off by the CIA, which would sort of match up with the game as Mason was in the CIA. Many point to suspicious details as evidence, including the route of the motorcade, the trajectory that the bullet would have to take to hit Kennedy, the position of Lee Harvey Oswald, and the difficulty of the shot he would have had to pull off. Due to the suspicious nature of the assassination, and Oswald himself being killed 2 days after it, the murder of the 35th US President John F. Kennedy will forever be surrounded in mystery. So who knows, maybe everyone's favourite number-obsessed character really was behind this historically infamous assassination. While making this video, I was quite surprised with the amount of real history that is featured in this game. Nearly every mission is at least loosely based off actual historical events. The use of history really adds to the game by implanting an extra layer of immersion. It makes it feel as if some of the levels are almost like a simulator by letting you experience events that actually happened and mattered. It is a major feature into why I enjoy this game so much, and unfortunately is a quality that many of the futuristic Call of Duties lack. Black Ops 1 really shows how history can be learned in a cool, fun and interactive way, and is the single reason that got me into the subject at a young age. This is my first YouTube video I have ever made, and it took me a long while to make, so please do leave your thoughts, feedback or criticism in the comment section below. If you would like to
I think this is okay, because the guy wanted me to speed it up, so I'll cook it when I relaunch and upload it tomorrow.